All right, all right, all right. We are getting started here. New year, the new year, the new year. Hopefully, my brother, I hope catch quick. I sent you the co-host request. So as y'all coming on in, go ahead and hit that like. What am I saying? Hit the like. Go ahead and retweet this blog or tweet this space out. Of course, this is the certified truth. This is the first certified truth space of 2023. And of course, the conversation is extremely simple. The conversation is Black Empowerment 2023 and how that should look, how it's going to look, how we're going to shape it, and how we go forward. I do understand that we've had some recent resolution spaces to begin the year that look like they might have already fell back on their resolutions already of the conversation of peace. So hopefully we can get people in here to get everybody back on track, stay on track, and stay focused for the year of 2023. So this is all about Black empowerment, foundational Black American, freedmen, simple as that. Black first. So I sent you the request for co-host, brother. Hopefully you got that. I'll send it again. So hopefully we ain't having the issues that we've been having before. Okay. Now I got my brother up here. He is officially a co-host. Brother, it is about 40, low 40 temperature down here. We are fairly dry here today. What is it looking like out there on the East Coast, my brother?
Peace, power, and deliver, family. Can you hear me well?
Yes, sir.
All right, man. I hate to brag and everything, brother, but it's about 78 degrees down here in sunny southern Georgia. The sun is shining, and I'm ready to talk about some foundational Black American freedmen empowerment. If everybody could share out this room, I would highly, highly appreciate it, brother. But yes, let's break it down, man. The sun is shining down here. The sun is always shining on foundational Black American freedmen. So let's go to work, brother.
Absolutely, man. And what we are looking here to do, if y'all don't understand, me and my brother Black Alpha Network, we have been hosting these spaces for the last, I guess at this point, maybe about 7 months. And what we look to do is to have a positive, unified conversation for foundational Black American freedmen. I know recently there was some conversations and confusion about Tariq Nasheed using foundational Black American freedmen in the same title or in the same phrasing. However, if for those who do not know, that actually was originated here. We did a found FBA Freedmen Space United, and we did that here back at late summer, I believe. And so for those who are unaware, you might have a little few conversations. A lot of that is trolling. And so we're just going to leave it as that. And all uninformed trolling, I would hope that y'all can learn to leave in 2022. Because this now is the time of Black empowerment. So foundational Black Americans, indigenous, freedmen, however you identify, it is not relevant because the lineage matters. And if the lineage is already established, the way you identify cannot trump your lineage. And on your paperwork lineage, that's simple. For those like me, I'm only, let's say, 3.5 generations away from the plantation. So with that being said, that means that I don't have to do any paperwork because I'm only less than 4 generations away from people who were literally property on a plantation. I don't know how long people think you would need to go far back, but it should be very clear. So I get people in the paperwork conversation, but for those of us who are at least around my age, and close to 40, you have some great great grandparents, and your great 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 were slaves. That's pretty cut and dry. So we're just going to keep the conversation simple going in to Black empowerment in 2023. We don't have to get caught up on names because we already understand the lineage. We're walking, talking evidence of it. So let's move forward in that manner. With that being said, I will agree that not everybody's going to get along, but also with that being said, as the Professor Black Truth always says, it is very important to where you get your information from. And right here is the grassroots, New Black Media, the voices of New Black Media. And here we are once again, starting off a new year, just as we did last year with the focus of Black empowerment. Reparations first. Brother, go ahead and give your introduction.
Appreciate that, family. I like, the whole aspect in which we're coming from, because 2022 was a good year. We gained a lot of momentum, but I've noticed that our brothers and sisters haven't stopped. You feel me? It's, full speed ahead, pedal to the metal. Let's go. Let's continue. One thing that you have to do anytime you get some type of gains or any type of momentum is on your side, you got to take advantage of it. You got to take advantage of it. And that's exactly what I'm seeing. In terms of everybody's talking about getting along and, peace, spaces and everybody shake hands and hug it out, man, I ain't with none of that. At the end of the day, we're mature enough people to understand who is off code and who's on code. That, like, everybody's got to get along and hug. That's like for kindergartners, and we grown ass people. So we understand what we need to do in terms of getting on the same page with the same like-minded folks and building with them. It doesn't take a rocket scientist, you know what I'm saying? So we got to just continue to do that. And in terms of the foundational Black American and the freedmen, I feel that was like the last thing that people were trying to do to divide us. That was like the very last thing. They went through every single aspect to put a rift between the momentum that we have right now. And the final straw they had, they said, okay, well, let's try to create a rift between foundational and freedmen. And they don't realize that there is no rift because it's identically the same thing. It's the same exact thing. And we understand that. But think about it from this aspect, family. When you start talking about a foundational Black American or American freedman, or as I say, certified
Uh-oh, did it get you the matrix, brother?
best part about what happened, and we're going to continue to do that. So any type of obstacle that we come across, we're going to defeat it with a mature mentality, and we're going to defeat it just by knowing what's real, what's fake, and separating the two of them. As I always say on the Black Alpha Network, we're going to separate the counterfeit from the certified, and we are all certified.
Big facts, big facts. Got my sister Queen Alpha on the stage, locked and loaded on post. Shout out to my sister, man. Appreciate both of y'all. And hey, man, we are here ready to rock, man. This is the first space of the year. Black Star, I see you in the house. What's going on, my brother? Kid Gravity, I see you in the house. CJ Link. CJ Link, Happy New Year to you, my brother. And thank you, thank you, thank you. And I'm going to give you all the thank yous for the other members of New Black Media. Thank you, 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 and thank you. I might be short a few thank yous, but thank you. I just can't thank you enough. Because I know for myself, all the others, thank you. You are a blessing, brother. So, man, peace, power, protection to you and your whole family in this new year. And hopefully you guys all have a prosperous new year. And thank you for all of your support to the voices of New Black Media from the trifecta on down. So shout out to you. So yeah, if y'all want to go ahead and come on up, man, we are looking forward to this new year. We had a lot of things happen in the last year. We had a lot of, from January to this January, we had a lot of things happen. There was the big space with certain folks in Tariq Nasheed. I do understand that Certain people probably perceive them being as big as Tariq Nasheed. Um, and time has only proven different. So with that being said, November 5th, 2022, Rally for Reparations. Absolute historic event. You have to give props where props is due. So let's bring in this year celebrating our own, because this is a historic event that we were able to witness just a couple months ago. And we are looking forward to May 27th for the Foundational Black American Expo. Once again, put on by Tariq Nasheed. And trust me, all the Foundational Black American freedmen who are helping making sure that this event goes on without a hitch. So we are moving into the future. Oh boy. Okay, they already done got my brother. But with that being said, y'all see our sister on post, Queen Alpha, which is, I'll say Queen Alpha Network, but Queen Alpha, because they have absolutely done something. I hope you guys appreciate this this dynamic duo right here, because it's been a blessing for me. And it's good to see young Black couples. Me and my wife, we're, I guess, the middle-aged Black couple, but it is always good to see all of these Black couples and building couples in the midst, because that's what it takes. We have to rebuild this Black community with Black-centered, Black-focused minds like this. And, I can't wait to be an uncle. I'm just saying. But with that being said, y'all want to come on up and come give your piece on what your outlook for this year looks like, please, by all means, come on up and share what you have to say. But I want to ask my brother, now that he's back on stage, in reflection, and now that we are over the hurdle of New Year, looking back and then looking where things are right now, we have watched damn near up to the end of the year conflict. New Year's Day, bam, everybody had a kumbaya meeting. My sister Linus Crown was giving so much pertinent information on conflict resolution. I would have hoped and would hope that whoever listened to that space heeds it and moves forward with it. For those who just took it and threw it away, it's going to be what it is. With that being said, brother, how do you see going forward in a positive manner with the like-minded individuals?
First off, family, can you hear me well?
Yes, sir.
All right. My belief is this, brother. I believe that we have to approach it from a mature standpoint, where we understand who's on code, we understand who's about that life, and that's who we got to work with. You all know who Parasite Twitter is. It's the same parasites out here in real life. If you see somebody who's always messy, always in some type of drama, always got something going in your real life, you stay away from them. So I'm not really keen on these type of spaces where everybody's got to hug it out and be friends and be friendly. At the end of the day, that's trying to force something upon people. I feel that solution will come naturally. It doesn't take me and you, Zilla, to put two people at a table and make them hug. That's not really the game that we're on, because if we have a system at play to where we got to continuously stop the car so everybody can get along nicely, then we ain't gonna go nowhere. What you have to do is you got to find people who are like-minded, people work well, and then you got to work with them. And if you see somebody who is the opposite side of that, you stay away from them. And that's what we've been practicing for a long time. Trust and believe, people like Jason Black, brother Tariq Nasheed, they practice this all the time. All the time. They know who to deal with and who not to deal with. And you can look at every pillar in the community. They know exactly who to deal with, who not to deal with. So I'm of the fashion that if you are on the intelligence side of things or certified side of things, and you see somebody that you can build with, you can work with, you can grind with, that's the type of person you connect with, and you go by any means to connect with them. If you see somebody who's always in the drama, always on some messy stuff, always in some type of Twitter beef, we talking about Twitter, family. We talking about Twitter. If somebody is in a, thirsty ass Twitter feud, then you could already tell that type of individual is not somebody who's really going to be productive to the movement. And it takes 2 seconds to cut them off. So that's what we have to do. We got to cut off the negative energy, and then we need to build with the positive energy. And it does not take rocket science to do it. It's something that we can do very, very easy, very, very smooth. And I believe in everybody. And that's the way we got to do it in 2023 and beyond. You feel me, brother?
I absolutely feel you, brother. And the one thing that I want to make sure that I lay this ground rule going forward in 2023. What me and my brother do here is a focused effort. Please do not bring your outside beefs into our spaces. If you have a beef with somebody in another space and it's the Twitter drama beef, please don't bring what this is down to the level of that conversation, because what this is not meant to be ever is to be dealing with love and hip hop Twitter space style. We're not doing that. That's not what we are meant to be. And again, we have extended courtesies in the past. And this year, we're just starting afresh and making sure that everybody is understood. When you hit this mic, do not bring your outside beef off up on this stage. Another thing I need y'all to do, I'm going to need y'all to keep these points and these takes. Don't get it twisted. Y'all hear me and my brothers speak, but we are the host and co-host. This is the certified truth. But I'm going to need y'all to just keep y'all takes down to about 2 minutes. And that's even long. So that's being generous. But I'm telling y'all, family, y'all going to have to get to the wrap it up stage, because there's a lot of people who come in these spaces and we want to get as many people heard as possible. Now, we need to let everybody talk. Yes, but we are the hosts. So, yeah, it might be a little long for us, and that's okay. What we need for you to do is just keep it at about 2 minutes. And that's enough to get a lot out. 2 minutes is a lot of time. So, with that being said, shout out to my sister Lioness Crown in the building. I see you, sister. So y'all, come on up, and we are talking about how we are going to do things this year. And like I said, for those of y'all who are listening, or I believe that space was recorded. So for those who go and listen to the replay, our sister Lioness Crown was giving a lot of conflict resolution information and energy. And so I hope that you guys take that into account. Of course, there was a lot of boo-boo the fools off up in there acting like they was going to be for real. But nonetheless, you were getting, so I hope that no one gets discouraged for what people were already going to do. You knew what people were going to do because that's just what they are. But take the information that you heard because you want to reduce conflict in 2023 for your personal self. Go listen to what our sister was saying and go ahead and put them things into application. And trust me, it'll work. Before we get to my brother Black Star, did you want to chime in on that part, Black Alpha?
Absolutely, family. It takes a lot of, intellect. It takes a lot of pride. It takes a lot of patience, and it takes a lot of power to really focus on conflict resolution and us all being on the same page. It's very easy to have a feud. It's very easy to put out negative energy. Negative energy is the easiest thing somebody could possibly do. So we got to start saluting those of us who get together and say, let me build with this person. Let me rock with this person. Let me work with this person. Because at the end of the day, it's going to take a collective effort. It's going to take every single one of us. And there are people who are very well respected. And those are the type of people I always tip my hat to, because we're going to need that whole community of people who are operating on the same page and also separating from that negative energy that is to, decipher us. So I want to continue to salute everybody who's putting in that real work. It's all good with being on the same page with your lineage, your heritage, and your culture, and know that the collective effort is going to take us far, because we're strong by ourselves, but we're stronger, together. We're stronger as a unit. And as I say, a family tree. That's it, brother.
Yes, sir. My brother, Black Star TV 2.0. What is going on, my brother? How you feeling?
Peace and love to the family, man. Happy New Year's to everybody. I just wanted to state that. And I just want to thank y'all too for, doing what y'all do and, bringing these topics up to the community. Because, we had a lot of pushback last year, and I think that we should come even stronger as far as the, the reparations talk, because, I started noticing even with like, when I watched Faison Love on Vlad, he has like 5,000 subscribers, and Dr. Umar go on the Breakfast Club with 5 million subscribers, excuse me. They both like a 5 million subscriber platform, and they had people on there to down the cash reparations talk. And then I was reading this article, excuse me, with the Japanese Americans who were trying to push Biden to sign a executive order for HR 40. And as I was reading the whole article, at the end it said Japanese and Latin Americans continue to demand reparations for themselves while joining the Black reparations. So we have a lot of people, and I also saw our sister Camilla Moore. Shout out to her too. She was on what's his name, Al Sharpton's network. And I'm like, yeah, they all trying to get in on this so when it does happen, because it's going to happen, and I feel like they know that, right? They trying to all get in so they can make it seem like they was a part of making stuff happen for us. But I just wanted to say that, and shout out to the family, man. Peace and blessings to everybody.
Hey, you know what? You absolutely right, bro. The one thing about that article, I read through it, the conversation 40 literally ended. It's those of y'all who don't know, HR 40 is pretty much so just I'm gonna put something in the Jumbotron where I turn it back because I gotta get this. I gotta put this picture in the Jumbotron family. Y'all don't understand the reason. The tree that has happened with these so-called Black leaders. They were pushing HR 40 and family. HR 40 died New Year's Eve, right? The stroke of midnight. J1, the conversation of even being able to pass HR 40 was a wrap. So y'all don't even know. But here's to add insult to injury. What's today? The 2nd? Congressional Black Caucus is out here pushing for lifting the voices of Black immigrants. You think that's a coincidence? Yo, we are under attack. So I hope y'all understand the diabolical, maniacal evil that is in Black skin in representation in Washington, D.C. And they over there celebrating the hell about themselves today. But they are over here worried about lifting the, because now that Sheila Jackson Lee, her name is in and on the top of this list. So she's supposedly the big HR 40 woman, right? She lets this die to turn around and start promoting the Caribbean CARICOM that we have been talking about in these spaces for the last few months. And it's on full tilt with HR 40 dying at midnight New Year's. Brother, go ahead.
Family, what I believe, man, is that it's a double-edged sword. And the reason I say it's a double-edged sword because these type of tactics are only going to be ramped up, and these type of tactics are only going to become more, desperate. But it's also a sign that we're getting closer to the money. And you see a lot of progress that we're creating out here. They wouldn't get to these points if we weren't, making moves and making gains. When you start talking about money, when you start talking about dollars, when you start talking about figures, this is where all the backstabbing, the conniving, and those type of, tactics come into play. So right now, when I'm watching that, and I did see that, you're seeing all these people who are going to try to muddy the language. And they've been trying to muddy the language for quite some time on our reparations claim. But the beautiful thing about it is, family, is that we're aware of it. And we're seeing everything they're doing, and we on one. So we watch closely to when they try to slide in these other groups, or when these other groups try to slide themselves in. And we got to be the front line. We got to be the only line of defense, because at the end of the day, what we've come to realize is when that reparations claim gets approved and we get our checks, it's going to be because of us. Nobody else is going to play a role in it. Everybody out there wants to get their hands in. Everybody else wants to be a part of it, but it's all going to be because of the Black grassroots. We're the ones who created this. We're the ones who kept it alive. We're the ones who are going to push it forward. But we got to watch everybody out there. We got to see who's trying to get in, who's trying to steal, who's trying to come up and take what belongs to us and take it home to themselves. So I've been seeing these other groups out here. And if you think about it, Brother Zilla, we had this conversation. They've been going one by one by one. Every single day, there's another group. If you go back to 2022, I think that's going to be remembered as the year where every single group on this planet Earth literally took turns coming after foundational Black Americans and trying to undercut us. And we've seen it. And I mean, literally, I'm talking about different races, different lineages, sexual preferences. Everybody had some type of hand that they was trying to put into the pot so they can take our reparations. But what do you expect, right? When you take anti-Black racism and then you talk about reparations for the victims of anti-Black racism in the forms of trillions of dollars, then you already know that's going to breed jealousy, that's going to breed envy, and that's going to breed a lot of desperate behavior. And we're going to keep them desperate. That's our job. Our job is to keep the haters mad, is to keep the pocket watchers pocket watching, and to make everybody out there who's desperate today, make them even more desperate tomorrow. And when we do that, they're going to be having to cut them checks. You feel me?
Absolutely, brother. And I think that's one of the things that we are feeling kind of going into this year and looking at how they're trying to pivot. I just saw something on the news yesterday. So they're starting a new cycle this year with trying to rebirth the conversation of the Taliban and Al-Qaeda out of nowhere. I was like, oh, wait. These guys are a thing again? So I guess this is the only way that they are figuring to pivot off of our agenda is to start making an issue over outside of this side of the planet. Because look at it. You have Ukraine going on. Now, if you start talking about the Taliban, now you can make it, we're getting back into fear politics, but this isn't the fear of a Black planet. This is a fear of these white conservatives simply doing the numbers, dollars, and cents of it. Because once that part gets locked down for the typical white supremacists in America, they're going to start looking at a lot of these other groups and saying, well, hell, where's our best financial option? So as the government squeezes out its own, you are literally watching them force people into an economical situation. That's why with us in reparations, it even enhances certain things. That's why a lot of the immigrant groups are very upset. Now, mind you, the people I just put up here in the Jumbotron, take a look up at the Jumbotron. Look at them names. All of them people on that list are representing that. So these people to whom was HR 40, and we done did this, and we done did that, and HR 40 this, and HR 40 that, this was their agenda all the time. And never, ever kid yourselves. You heard it first right here with the certified truth, right here from my mouth and my brother's mouth right here. Y'all heard that they are pushing a Caribbean CARICOM. And they are, now that HR 40 is done, look at where they have shifted. We ain't even a thought. We're not in the Black immigrant voice lifting category. But HR 40 was their big deal, right? So I hope y'all are really starting to see where these things are. And I hope you can learn to convince your family within this year, because this is 2023. We have 2023 and 2024 till the next election. Now is the time to start changing minds within the household, family. Time to start going to work, showing them the dollars and cents. Start breaking it down on an economic scale, and then start seeing how you the response you start getting. Because as people lose, as your bank account dwindles, all of a sudden reality seems to become a lot easier to understand. So with that being said, brother, my first question to you, or I guess now my second question, moving forward with this agenda, understanding foundational Black American being a identifier, freedmen being a political designation that actually already existed. And also it was mentioned in a few of the hidden colors as well, although some people think it just popped out of nowhere in 2022 because of Twitter Spaces. But with that being said, how do you perceive we should start moving into the legal designation of the freedmen and establishing or re-establishing the Freedmen's Bureau, the Freedmen's Bank. And truth be told, it didn't need to stop at that. It needs to even probably go further. So just to pick your brain, brother, what do you think about that?
I'm glad you asked me that question, family. I've been working extensively on that subject right there. I did an alpha cast about 2 weeks ago, and I touched on that. The main thing that we need is an oversight committee that was created by us. All right. I called it a certified task force, a Freedmen task force, a Foundational Black America task force. But at the end of the day, whatever you call it, it has to be Black grassroots and it has to be organic. See, our problem is that we come up with the ideas and then we got to hand it over to a bunch of boule, mainstream Democrats, and then they start to, muddy the waters. They start to blur the lines, and they basically put an all lives matter tag on it. There's a lot of policies that come from the Black grassroots that we create, and then once the Democrats get a hold of it, they twist it, they turn it, and they mix it. Brother, you know all about affirmative action, how that started. Anybody who's not aware, go listen to Dr. Claude Anderson. He breaks that down thoroughly, how we'll come up with something and they'll take it. So what I believe is that we need a task force, a coalition that was created by us and the Black grassroots. Okay, because let's be real, the Black grassroots, we are the ones who created this whole momentum that's going on right now, this whole steam that we got. It all starts and finishes with us. If reparations gets passed, it's going to be because of us. Point blank, bottom line. So what we need to do is we need to get some of the best minds in the community. We need to meet up. We're doing it right now. A lot of folks is out there networking. We're about to have an expo right there in Dallas. I'll be there. We had one in Washington, D.C., a rally. I was there. And there's a lot of intelligent Black brothers and sisters out there. So what we need to do is take these gatherings and we need to come at it from a political and a social activism standpoint. And once we get to that point, we need to formulate an actual task force to where we can show up in these places. A lot of things that we do, though they're powerful, but they're coming from more of a we show up on the spot type thing. And what we need to actually do now is get a political force with a political committee that was created by the Black grassroots, where we all meet up collectively annually, and then we sit down, we break it down, and we chop it up. That's what we can do. And therefore, whenever we show up on somebody, like when our brother Marcel ran up on Raphael Warnock, very good. Our brother Autodidactic, he ran up on Stacey Abrams right up here in Atlanta, very good. But what we also have to do, we need to get it to the point where our whole task force runs up on these people. You feel me? We come and we sit in on these councils. We have to be seen. We got to put our eyeballs on all of these politicians. Our presence has to be felt. And I'm not talking about one person with a camera. I'm talking about all of us collectively. So if I was in charge and something that we've been working on over here at the Black Alpha Network, we're trying to get with a lot of like-minded reparationists, political components, a lot of folks who are very astute in, just the politics and the overall atmosphere of things. And we can sit down, break down, and we can come up with an actual format and an actual plan, an actual approach of what it should be. So we make sure that Freedmen's Bureau is actually represented by true freedmen. Okay, because we have to understand that if the system gets a hold of the Freedmen's Bureau, that shit gonna turn into the Tether Bureau. And y'all know what it's gonna be. They're gonna start pushing that line back. You already see them trying to do it with reparations should be flat blackness, or reparations should be about Jim Crow, or reparations should just be about getting called a bad name. Sooner or later, they're gonna say anybody who got called a racial slur can get reparations. These are the tactics they're gonna do. We gotta understand that they're gonna throw every single thing at us, so we have to be prepared. I always say, when they get here, we'll be waiting on them. And that's the best thing you can do. You got to be relaxed. You got to be prepared. You got to see the forest through the trees. So I believe, family, that what we should do is formulate a Black grassroots committee, Black grassroots task force. We can do it for free. It don't cost nothing. Of like-minded people. Hell, there's people right here in this space right now. I got 100 of them in my DMs, brothers and sisters all across the country who are very, very knowledgeable on this. And then we can get to the point where we'll fly to these task force places. We'll come up with our own statistics and we'll present them to everybody. So if they don't want to come to us, then we'll come to them. You see where I'm coming from with that, brother? Because I know right there on the West Coast, the brothers and sisters were really kind of doing that already. And that's why the reparations movement has moved so far out there. But we got to build on that. We have to build on that. We got to make sure that we are seen. All right. We can no longer just come up with an idea and then go hand it to Clyburn. Because once we hand it to Clyburn, by the time Clyburn puts that shit on the paper, it's going to be for Ukrainians. All right. So we got to make sure that whatever we come up with, it is based upon us. So it's time that, our whole community starts coming up with real, genuine task force that are organic, that come from the Black grassroots. And we have to, solidify collectively what we've done. Did an interview with our brother Marcel Dixon on my YouTube channel. And he said that. He said we have to start being structured. We have to generally be structured now. We got all the ideas. We got all the intellect. We got the sharp minds. We got the wherewithal. We have all that laid out. Only thing that we lack now is structure. So I believe once we start to add structure, everything's going to come into play and everything's going to get even more potent. So my terms is come up with a Black grassroots task force, and we come to these people. If they want to duck, dodge, hide, and run, we're going to walk their ass down, brother. How you feel about that?
I completely agree. And but real quick, got to do a little bit of housekeeping. So I sent one a mic, and then you declined it. I'm gonna invite you to speak one more time, but you're gonna have to come on up here because all the writing in your profile, I'm not really understanding what's going on, so I'm not understanding why you in here, and then you ain't gonna come and speak. I get it. And not to mention, I was already kind of informed about you anyway, so we'll make that happen. Ruru, I need you to come on up to the stage right now. This profile looks a little funny. I need you to come to the stage. I'm seeing some things in here. In 2023, we just gonna go ahead and address things right now. So you need to come ahead and come on up. Because I'm looking at this profile and it's not really making sense.
Hello.
Go ahead, Ruru, you got it.
How you doing, sir?
I'm doing good. Never seen you in this space before. I was just curious, what brought you here?
No, I be in the spaces, sir. I'm not an FBA member if that's what you're asking. I just listen, that's all.
Oh, okay, that's okay. No, where are you
Yes,
from?
yes, sir. I'm originally from California. Um, I live here in Memphis. I have a museum called Slave Haven. It's right there in the next to the pyramid. So, I just come up here to listen, that's all.
That's nice.
Yes,
A
sir.
Slave Haven. You say
Yeah.
Slave Haven?
Yes, sir. The Underground Railroad. My grandma, she's the founder of it. I really don't post information because I be in the crypto spaces and stuff like that. So I try to not to dox myself as much as possible.
Okay, no, that's all right. No, okay, that makes sense because I was like, when I see some of the NFT folk, I get a little funny. I'm like, hey, what's going on with y'all?
Yes,
But I
yes,
got
sir. Yes, sir.
yeah, I
Yes,
got
sir.
it. You all good, brother. You all good. So, man, you can drop back down, man. I was just making sure everything was on the up and up.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And if anybody looking for some information about the museum, all they have to do is Google it. It's right up there in Memphis. Yes, sir.
Man, right on, man. I appreciate that, brother.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, man. Thank you. I appreciate it.
And
So yeah, man. Shout out Ruru. That I mean, hey, because not we get some of the NFT people to be popping in, and they be on some of that other talk. So I mean, it was good once I heard this brother's voice. It's like he said, "I'm not FBA, boy. You sound country than most niggas I know." But yeah, shout out to that, man. The Slave Museum. Um, and that's another thing. I want also to dispel this myth that looking back to slavery and we don't need to be glorifying slavery. No, 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 no. The reason why they don't want you glorifying slavery is because they don't want you to start really ingesting what was going on. They don't want you to start internalizing how your ancestors were really treated. That's one of those reasons. So yeah, it is for me. I would encourage you to get it in. Know what your people went through. So you're not walking around here thinking you should be glorifying everything else they tell you to glorify. Because we have enough, we've had enough of that. And so right now, again, I will double back to Black Empowerment 2023. We are focused on our own empowerment. And there is no other way than getting reparations, getting our protections, getting our designated class of protection. And then, of course, I know people say tax exempt status. That's one element. It's not just one. Of course, reparations is not just a one-time payment. That's an idiot conversation. It's a system of repair and a system of recompense because only one group of people built this country. So, brother, Black Empowerment 2023, focusing on reparations. Let me ask you this question. Looking at how the North and like the West is so separate from the South, people are saying, let's migrate to the South. I can see the benefit of that in numbers just by legislative stance. But with that being said, that might not actually be financially viable for the mass majority of people. So on a individual scale, like on a, say, a city level, what could you perceive could be a black voter block strategy on a macro level?
Man, that's another fire question, brother. That's another fire question. That's something else we've been working on over here at the Black Alpha Network, about, exuding foundational Black American freedmen political power. First thing you have to understand when you talk about foundational Black American freedmen political power is that our political power looks different than everybody else's because we are different than everybody else. So we can't necessarily look at, the template from other communities because other communities have politicians who serve them. You understand? So therefore, everything we do, we got to get it out the mud. We got to do it by ourselves, for ourselves. So our political power, though we can be as strong or stronger than everybody else, we just got to go about it from a different avenue. Okay. So we got to make sure that we make it happen from a different means. One of the main means that I, feel is that there's this notion in the community that, okay, don't vote nationally, vote locally. And that's fine. But here's the thing. If you're voting blue, no matter who, it doesn't matter if it's local or national. You got to get that mentality out of your head first. Let's not vote for the Republicans. Let's not vote for this group. We got to vote for the Democrats. What we have to do is that we have to start getting together politically. I would suggest that brothers and sisters link up wherever you are and start local committees, think tanks. Think tanks are very powerful. This is what, these Twitter spaces are. We've seen the power of a lot of these. A lot of brothers and sisters I know personally have linked up in these Twitter spaces and got things done in their real life, real time. So that's one thing that we can do. But what we have to do is we got to expand that, and we got to meet together socially in our hometowns, in our states, in our counties. It doesn't, matter. It doesn't take much. It's something we can do easily. And then we formulate a plan based upon the structure of where you live. The politics in Portland may be different than the politics in Atlanta. I know they are. The politics in Atlanta are different than the ones in New Jersey. So get the people who are the actual citizens there. Let the citizens that are all certified foundational Black American freedmen meet up and make it happen. Once again, it goes back to structure. We can do that based on an actual infrastructure of like-minded people who have the same approach. Now, once we get to that point, we have to create an atmosphere of being uncomfortable for every politician. See, that's the thing. Politicians, when they come to us, they don't feel uncomfortable. They feel it's in the bag, and we have to make them feel uncomfortable. How do you make them feel uncomfortable? You either sit on your vote, you either take your vote to the other party, or you take a Black grassroots candidate and place your votes there. This is what we call the voter reduction strategy over here on the Black Alpha Network. See, take Clyburn, right? If Clyburn is in a runoff, matter of fact, I even got a better example. Raphael Warnock. Raphael Warnock and Herschel Walker had a runoff. It came down literally to a few thousand votes. Do you know that if we had a Black grassroots candidate that we put on that ticket, and we put our votes to that Black grassroots candidate, we can easily, targetedly reduce the votes for whoever we choose. So we could tell Warnock, we ain't voting for you. We're going to go vote for this Black grassroots candidate right here. And by voting for him, that extra little 5,000 you won by, we can get rid of all that shit. We can neutralize it ASAP. And we don't have to neutralize it by going to vote for the Republican Party. We can neutralize it by voting for our own political candidates. So Black grassroots candidates, I believe, is the wave of the future. You're starting to see them pop up all over the country. Brother Marcel Dixon is one. There's a sister that I'm going to be interviewing here soon. I think our brother Kid Gravity already interviewed her. She's running for president. There's a couple other Black grassroots candidates that I'm seeing, and I'm seeing brothers and sisters to the point now where they're saying, man, listen, I'm going to go do it. Fuck that. We ain't waiting. Brother Marcel Dixon always says, man, we can't wait for them to serve us. We got to start replacing them with us. All right. We don't chase them. We replace them. And that's what we got to do. So the Black grassroots candidate that is bred from the black grassroots. That is the number one agenda. Okay, if you have a black grassroots candidate, you can do so many things. First off, down here in the South, you might fuck around and win. All right, it ain't gonna be no let's see how this turns out. I'm talking about on the national level, on the local level. Come down here to the deep South where I'm at, where the population is majority black all across the board. Down here in the Savannah, it's majority black. Jacksonville, Duval County is the biggest county in Florida, majority black. You can fuck around and get a black grass candidate and win. You can really win. And if you do not win, you can also reduce the votes of his opponent. So therefore, once they understand that every single time they're up for election and they start losing these runoffs because those votes are going to a black grassroots candidate, then they're going to want to come to a table and they're going to want to negotiate. So that's the thing that we got to do. We got to leave the emotion to the side and we got to bring in the business. And it's all about business. What they say out in Oakland, Zilla, town business. All right, well, we're going to have to bring that damn Freedman business everywhere we go. So I'm on the belief that we have to raise up our own black grassroots candidates. And once we get a black grassroots candidate, we understand now how we can target individuals. We understand now how we can raise it up. We understand now how we can create an atmosphere of being uncomfortable. And we can also create an atmosphere of black political power. We have so many different means. Only thing we have to do is continue to add structure. Once we add structure politically, oh man, I'm telling you right now, we can have these Republicans and the Democrats scared. Trust and believe. When Kamala Harris hopped her ass on that plane and she went all the way down to South Carolina to go help Clyburn, why? Why she go help Clyburn? Because our brother Marcel Dixon. I know you got some tethers running around here talking about Marcel didn't win. Well, first off, Marcel did win because he has shown the whole community how we can gain black political power from a foundational black American freedman standpoint. And that shows everybody right now that it's not going to be one, it's not going to be two. You're going to start seeing them popping up all over the country. And if we know that, they know that. And once they know that, then they're very, very afraid. And that's exactly what you're seeing right now. So let's raise them up one by one, stand together, rise together, brother.
Big facts. Absolutely. And I mean, Marcel set a standard and also just made history. Because again, never forget, the super state used to be Iowa. It's now South Carolina. No one ever mentioned South Carolina until Marcel. Jim Clyburn just was a fixture of the Congressional Black Caucus. No one even focused in on the state that he was there representing until Greg Marcel Dixon. So understand, he made history, man, and you should relish in the fact that, hey, man, I was living and there and participated while it happened. With that being said, Kid Gravity, brother, what's going on? You can go ahead and unmute yourself.
What's up, y'all? I got an idea. Now, Black Alpha actually inspired this just now. Now, it is important you vote locally, but considering that the power we had in 2022, we have to make sure to get Chicago on code. They got 56 days to their mayoral race. 56, so that's not a lot of time. And they got about 9 candidates up there, including, Uncle Thunderbird. She gotta go. If y'all really want to scare folk and make folk come to the table, we got to make sure she's gone, because she's just a hired gun to make sure Chicago is used as a white supremacist talking point. She's got to go, and whatever candidate gets in there, Chicago has to make sure that day one, that city gets cleaned up. That's why I said in y'all space on Friday, 2023 has got to be the year of change. Chicago has to become a beacon again. And if it's especially a black grassroots candidate is there cleaning it up, that goes a long way at the negotiating table to get everything that y'all need to basically take over this country. So locally, yes, Chicago's got to be the target right now. And I'll land there.
Yo, I didn't realize that she was up for re-election in like an off type of season. Oh, so she can get special attention.
It's not all season because remember Rahm Emanuel, he ran in 2015, and then she got in 2019 after I think he did his 2 terms. So yeah, their race was in 2019. Theirs is kind of weird.
Got it. Right on. All right. Black Alpha, did you want to chime in on that, brother?
Oh yeah, hey, good point, family. Actually, you guys both said something that combines. Actually, as you spoke about, up north and out west, compared to down south, and as our brother Kid was talking about Chicago, that's another thing. In terms of black folks migrating down south, which is a very good thing. I call that a Friedman investment. It's real good. That can help us gain political power because we actually have that. One of the things that people have to understand about down south is that we have a stronghold in numbers. All right, every single group has a particular part of this country, a region that is their stronghold. And if you look at any projections or any forecast for the next 50 years, you can actually see they're already mapping it out on who's going to have the Pacific Northwest, who's going to have the East Coast, who's going to have the Midwest, who should have the South. It's us. And if we lose the South, we lost it all. Mind you, Africa, look at them. Africa got billions of people and they don't even own it. You feel me? So we're going to have to definitely have a stronghold in the South. But here's the thing. If you cannot migrate down South, we have to start drawing more parallels and connections from our brothers and sisters in the South to our brothers and sisters on the West Coast, the Midwest, and the East Coast. We have to draw that. So you may not actually be able to come down South and live down South, but you could also, though, have a political connection amongst the two. So where we can share it. I mean, hell, ain't that really what we got right now, Beatzilla? Ain't that kind of what we doing right here, family? We damn near doing the same exact thing. Same with you, brother Kid. I mean, ain't that what it is, family?
Big facts.
You know what I'm saying? We basically doing that right now. I know our brother Kid Gravity's in Atlanta, our brother Afro Elites in Chicago. You out there on the west side, family, and you got brothers and sisters. I see a lot of familiar people right here all throughout the country. And what do? We sit here and we exchange notes. We talk about the political power of where you're at, and then we can actually gain together. So I think the South should be the forefront because we have the numbers down South, and we can literally win seats based on populace alone down here. Also, it's to where the majority of our people are from, and it's where the majority of our people are actually at still today. But just because you down south don't mean that you shouldn't have a connection to the brothers and sisters on in New York or in Cleveland or in Detroit or in Kansas City or St. Louis or Dallas or San Diego. It doesn't matter where you are. We need to draw connections between all of us because let's say this, all these other groups, they're not necessarily in one place, but they connect all across the 50 states. So we got to start drawing political connections all throughout the 50 states that actually look out for our well-being and our welfare. So therefore we can get black political power, not just in one designated spot, but we can get it all across the board, family.
Real talk. And that's one thing that I've noticed before in my own life is noticing how black think tanks are always attacked. Because again, they don't want smart intellectual minds getting together and again getting together in peace. So I would advise anybody, like I said, and we've done 5 spaces trying to get folks to put their differences aside in 2022, and it came to no avail because people are going to be who they are. So I hope y'all understand. Work with what you got. Work with the people who are intentionally there to make sure there's a positive change, and just go forward with what you got. If you try to spend all of your time turning around, you're going to just turn into a pillar of salt. So go forward with who's with you and on the side. You can see them in your peripheral. Anybody else, hey, man, make it a memory. With that being said, MAAFAL. You can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hey, how you doing, Peace family? I just gotta say this real quick. I agree with a lot of that Black Alphabet saying. Only issue I have to say is that we exist in a 2-party system, and third-party candidates could only raise issues of their political platforms to be addressed by the 2-party candidates, and that's how the system has always been set up. If you want to, you can probably infiltrate a political party and then, segue your issues in there, but the 2-party system is set up just to keep everybody else out. Any thoughts?
Yeah, I'll take that, family. That depends on where you're speaking of. If you're talking about nationally, we have a 2-party system. But at the end of the day, you ever heard of Ralph Nader? Ralph Nader was an independent, and he actually is one of the reasons why George Bush won the 2000 election, even though there were some funny style things that went on down in Florida. That election was so close because Ralph Nader, a third-party candidate, he took votes away from Al Gore, the Democrat, and that allowed the Bush administration to play with the numbers. So when it was a tight race, you see the effect of the third-party candidate being able to get that extra thrust above the other guy because the lack of reduction. So I would say this, family, though there is a two-party system, though I'll let you go ahead and get on it, but though there is a two-party system, one of the things that we can do locally. Now, if you start talking about from a local level, then you can have a third party. You got a lot of people who are just independent, straight up and down. Now, on a national level, that is true. But if we affect them on a local level based upon our black political power in an independent standpoint on an independent platform, then the higher ups from the national election are going to have to serve those underneath. So, for instance, take a black person and say where I'm at, Savannah, Georgia. If he is a black independent and he actually gets office, which is very, very feasible to do, whenever they go and have their meetings and their summits, they're going to have to serve the constituents of the higher ups. And those higher ups constituents are going to have to serve the populace that have already voted for a black independent. So I do believe there's room for a black independent. There is room. To be honest with you, I'm not even big on a third party. Why have a party? You don't really necessarily need a party on a local level. You can run as an independent on a local level. And that's the main thing. Now, when you start talking about getting to the national election, then you're going to get into more Republican and Democrat nonsense. But we got long ways to go before we start putting out political candidates that are going to run for president. So on a local level, you necessarily don't have to look for anybody who's a part or affiliated with a party. Just look for the person with the policy. It's policy over party. And if you have that mentality, you can go. But go ahead, family. You can respond.
Oh yeah, I'm in Charleston, and I met Ralph Nader personally. I know him very well. Like I was a political science major at the College of Charleston. During the time I met Obama, Al Sharpton, they're all full of shit. They're all actually in bed with businesses because that's how they get there. But to your point, you're right. Third party candidates can raise issues, but it will have to concede with a major political party in order to attain higher offices where actually stuff gets done. A lot of people don't actually know what a president does. And the president's only responsible for the fiscal budgetary process every given year. So there's that.
Yeah, I would say that's true halfway. That's true. Once again, are we talking national? Are we talking locally? Because all across the country, throughout the 50 states, you have all types of third party and independent people. The Green Party has a lot of success, if I'm not mistaken, down in the Southwest. So you have independents and you have third party candidates all throughout the 50 states doing things. Now, like you said, when you start talking about getting to a higher level, then I believe that the third party should actually be used as what I said earlier, as voter reduction. Use that third party candidate to actually reduce votes for the Republicans or the Democrats. Therefore, they're going to have to come back to the table and they're going to have to meet our demands based upon them losing because we reduced their votes with that third party candidate. So I'm very, 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 very aware of Ralph Nader. And as you know, since you met him, Ralph Nader was very, very powerful in terms of the 2000 election and just the way he reduced votes. And I think we need to take that voter reduction strategy that he did in the year 2000 against Al Gore and George W. Bush. And we need to apply that and implement that on a local level. And once we do that on a local level and we get solidified with that, then we need to increase that up and up the ladder until we create a whole black grassroots candidacy to where we can apply that and put pressure on them in any aspect, any way, shape, or form in which we choose. Would you agree?
I agree with you to raise the issues. Yes, I agree with you with the grassroots political movements in order to raise candidates who have our interests at heart. I just see that also, that there's that one thing that's going to stop us from maintaining that and is joining the actual majority political party that is either the Democrats or the Republicans. And if you look back at the Whig Party did have power too. And the Whig Party tried to assume power, but they were taken out by the Democratic, the Republicans, the Dixiecrats, I believe, formation. And it's a long-winded conversation, but I digress.
Hey, I understand what you're saying about the Whig Party, but that was a long, long, long time ago, family. That was a very long time ago. The populace of this country has changed. The numerical population has changed. The demographics has changed. You didn't have 50 million immigrants involved back then. You basically had white and black, black and white. Now you have so many different factors and factions that can occur. Though I do agree that it will be very, very difficult to implement this on a national level. That's why I say on a local level, you can raise the issues. And it's really all about raising issues. You got to understand it's all a negotiation. So So you do have to raise the issue. But if you raise the issue with the likelihood that you will not vote for these people, then therefore they're going to have to come and meet with us. They're going to have to deal with us. So as we implement that from a lower basis to a higher basis, we got to make sure that we stay focused and we don't, get knocked off our pivot and we don't deviate from where we're going. So I agree that a third party candidate becomes less likely when you're talking about running for presidency. And I know a lot of folks, they like to be independent, but they want to caucus with the Republicans or they want to caucus with the Democrats. It really doesn't matter. At the end of the day, I don't care who you caucus with. If you have an independent mentality or independent policies that serve the people's welfare, then I'm all for it. I don't care what stamp you put on your political ticket, as long as you're looking out for the betterment of the people. But I'll tell you this, on a local level, independent candidates have a very, very strong possibility of winning. And it's not just based upon a thought or a wild guess. It's because the evidentiary solidified facts, when you look across this country, there has been massive success from third party candidates. And I'll tell you this, a foundational Black American freedmen, if we gain actual structure and then we had this with a targeted effort, guarantee you that the third party independent would succeed, they would thrive, and then everybody else would duplicate it. We're in the early stages of this, but I guarantee you right now, based upon what we've seen in the past and what we'll see in the present and in the future, if we stick to that, the Black grassroots candidate can take over the whole nation politically.
And I agree with you on those parts. I support what you're saying right there. And the only thing that can stop it is these organizations or fraternal orders that actually gatekeep power within the South. I'm in Charleston, South Carolina. I met Jim Clyburn too. He's a piece of shit as well. And they all do the same thing. They all use their positions to manipulate, steal money from the caucuses or the coffers, and to silence people who disagree with them. As I'm a witness to this. So I digress. That's why I don't have my picture up anymore.
Hey, I feel you 100%. I understand about a lot of the backdoor habits and the corruption that goes on the political level, but understand these folks all need votes. They all need votes. And I believe that a lot of the Clyburn effect is based upon the older generation opposed to just, manipulating the facts. Once the older generation starts to, wane out and this new era and this new life and this new blood comes in the fray, and you're starting to see this with our brother Marcel Dixon. Marcel Dixon, 5, 6, 7 years ago during the Obama, Yes We Can era, Marcel would have got, 0% of the votes. But when you start to see this new era that we're starting to usher in, this is going to actually change people. I'm actually down here in Savannah, not too far from you, family, and I'm seeing a lot of older people who are questioning their allegiances to the Democratic Party. So it's not just a political shift in terms of voting on the ballot, it is also a mentality shift. And you're starting to see the mentality shift based upon the Black grassroots. So we have to have people on the ground, boots on the ground, and therefore we can put dents in the structure that they have, and we can literally replace that structure with a structure that is more beneficial to us. But the only way that we're going to be able to accomplish that is based upon the new generation, the new life, and taking out the old way of doing it and replace it with a new way of doing it. If you look at other groups and other lineages and heritage and races, they bring in a new set of people every year. You go see the Asians, they got 45-year-olds and 35-year-olds on their panels. If you go see the Arabic people, 35 and 45-year-old people on their panels, we got folks in their 70s and 80s. So once we replace the 70s and 80s with the 20s and 30s, which is happening right now, then political power will come to us, and I guarantee that, family. But salute to you. Let's keep it going.
Hey, big brother. Hey, one more point. Lindsey Graham, when he was running in South Carolina, it was rumored that he was stealing votes. If you notice, a lot of people around there said they didn't vote for Lindsey Graham, and they stole it anyway, the election. But that's the last one I'll say. God bless everybody. We need to stay strong. Y'all doing the right things over here.
Peace and respect.
Peace and respect, brother. Thank you. And one thing that I would always say, keep in mind going forward, is never speak your defeat. It's one thing us as Black folks got to stop doing. We need to stop speaking our own defeat, because one thing we can do, we can be a very imaginative people when it comes down to what we would do or what we want to do. But for some reason, it's this thing that we have to always speak defeat out loud. What this is and what there's no glass ceiling for foundational Black Americans. None. If you call yourself having a roadblock, it's because you spoke it into existence yourself. That's not the. If words have power, why do these things ever come out of your mouth? I just don't get it. And that's not to besmirch. I'm not besmirching you. I'm just saying this is a bad habit we have overall. And we said, well, this ain't never going to happen. This ain't never going to. That is the most defeatist mentality ever. I don't know.
No, I think we're going to win. We're going to win. We are going to win now. I don't feel like that we're defeat. I just want you to know your enemies. Know your enemy and know yourself.
Oh, well, certainly. This is the environment that you're in. If you came into our space, I would have to assume you already understand. That's already understood.
Hey, brother, you heard the way I rattle that off, brother. You know, I know him very well. You can't talk real smooth like I just talk, very articulate, on point, you know what I'm saying, straightforward, unless you know. I'll say this, though, brother. Wasn't there a time, Zilla, when they say we ain't ever going to be free?
Amen.
Are we free now?
Facts. No. But we on what?
Nope.
Hey, wasn't there a time they said they was never going to talk about reparations? Are they talking about it now?
Yes, sir.
Big fact.
The sky ain't even the limit. The sky, hey, let me tell you something. The sky ain't even the limit. We looking down on the sky. That's how high we are. And we going up.
Facts. And that's one thing I want to stress, like always remember that if we are going to speak positive affirmations, I want you to speak these positive affirmations into your own life and understand what we are up against. Like, don't tell yourself that you're strong. Tell them too. They should know. That's what I look at. That's how I look at it. And I ain't saying run up in folks' face, hey, motherfucker, I'm no. All I'm saying is you will not mistreat me and you will not relegate me to a decision that you have set before me. I will determine where the future goes for us. And that's how we should be looking at it. So yeah, it sounds good to say it's a two-party system. That's if you have already considered defeat and accepted defeat. But truth be told, it's a two-party system because you're doing that. You can no longer speak that into existence.
I'm actually quoting what's actually in the Constitution. I'm not actually saying faith.
No. Because see, again, you're doing it again. You're doing it again. And this is what I need y'all to understand. Everything that y'all talking about, if there's a white man's pen stroke attached to it, don't bring that shit here. What I'm telling you is life is not relegated to a white man's pen stroke. Fuck their Constitution.
Gotcha.
Fuck what they talking
Gotcha.
about.
I get what you're putting down, big brother.
And so all I'm saying is we gonna be the great people we are meant to be. There is no pen stroke on earth that can sit up there and set that standard. I won't never speak that up on my own folk. I would hope that y'all learn to stop doing that. There's no pen stroke that trumps the Most High's authority of what you're supposed to be. You got more inside than they could ever write. How the hell are they gonna sit up here and tell you where the glass ceiling is? I don't subscribe to that. And I don't want nobody that's listening to me ever to think that's where I stand. I do not. We are an exceptional people, so we are the new standard of what can be done. Let's set that. You understand what I'm saying, Black Alpha?
110%, family. It's all about shattering the mold. You got to understand, man, we are a lineage based upon beating the odds. This is what everybody has to understand. By the time anybody in this space showed up on the planet Earth, our lineage had already been beating the odds for 400, 500 plus. You feel me? So it's all about beating the odds. That's what we do. We don't wake up ever and say, man, it's going to be easy for us. When you're a foundational Black American, man, you know shit going to be hard. You know it's going to be hard. You expect it to be hard. And that's the thing about us. That's why we've been so strong. Huey Newton said suffering is good for the soul. And our soul's so good because we done suffered for a long, long time. Now it's time to celebrate. And that's exactly the mentality that we've been doing. This is why we've been breaking it down for the last 5 years. What we say, man, in the last 5 years, we've done more than they've done in the last 50 years. If you do simple math, family, you add another 5, you know what I'm saying? You got 10. You add another 50, you got 100. So that means in the next 10 years, we have done more than they've done in the last 100. Family, we doing century numbers. We doing century numbers up in here. So we're all about winning. You know, they say the rose that grew from concrete, man. We the whole motherfucking rose garden that grew from concrete. So we don't expect things to be easy. We understand there's going to be opposition. There's going to be enemies. They're going to put every single hurdle and blockade in front of us. But you know what we're going to do? We're going to keep jumping over the motherfuckers. Eventually, we're going to quit jumping. We're going to walk through them because that's the mentality that we have. I mean, at the end of the day, family, if we were losers, we wouldn't even be here right now. we wouldn't be here right now. So they can set up a mountain. I don't give a fuck. We're going to hop over that motherfucker. They can put up a goddamn river. We're going to jump over that shit. At the end of the day, we're going to land on our feet, though. And that is what it is in terms of black political power, black social power, and just black empowerment 2023, reparations, FBA, Freedmen, the certified truth, and B1, like the title says. So we're going to actually live to the title. We speak it, believe it, receive it. We all do a little, we all do a lot. We're strong by ourselves, but we're stronger together. And when you put all of those elements in the same place at the same goddamn time, this is exactly what you get. Exceptionalism, quote to Dr. Claude Anderson.
And we got them on the ropes too, for real. They are struggling. They are panicking. They are upset that we are actually doing this right now. Keep going, doing the God work, everybody.
Hey, salute. And that's exactly what we're doing. We got them against the ropes. They're desperate. They're very, very desperate. They're afraid right now. This is what I was saying a minute ago about politics. When Kamala Harris is flying all the way down so she can go help Clyburn, she did that for a reason. She did that for a reason. If not, she would have kept her dusty ass right there at her house with her zaddy husband. She came on down for a reason. When they got to go get Barack Obama to come out and go campaign, they got to do that for a reason. And if you notice, a lot of the people that he was campaigning for, Stacey Abrams, she still lost. So it doesn't really matter what they do. They can outspend us. They cannot outwork us. Okay, so we out here boots on the ground, really putting it down for each other, really building. And as I always say, if they did not like black people from the past, they gonna hate us because we are a new breed. We different. We coming real strong. And our motto is to keep all the haters stay hating. All the pocket watchers gonna keep on pocket watching. And anybody who's got a problem with certified foundational black American freedmen, they gonna have even a bigger problem tomorrow because we're gonna all wake up tomorrow stronger than we were today. Big facts.
And Camilla don't probably even know how to wash collard greens. She's talking about she getting collard greens from down here. That have been so insulting to everybody black around here.
And only thing Kamala Harris know how to do. Now let me stop. I don't know if y'all got y'all kids listening. I'm gonna leave that one alone. Let's just say it has something to do with busting it open for Zaddy.
Ooh, for real though. So, again, going back to what we are talking about today, we are talking about Black Empowerment 2023, focusing on reparations, focusing on our foundational Black American freedmen lineage, our condition, and our empowerment. Of course, with a Black first understanding, always coming with the voices of the certified truth, which again, is myself, beatzillapdx official, and my brother, Black Alpha Network right here. And of course, our silent but deadly partner over here, Queen Alpha. So just so y'all understand, this is how we moving in 2023. My next question now, brother. We're going to have to get to this one because this is something that we're going to have to address in this year. FBA is a hate group. Not just FBA, you're hearing FBA is a hate group, which makes no sense because a lineage cannot be a hate group, so that's ridiculous. But the other part, there's a conversational confusion of FBA freedmen. And somehow the conversation that actually originated in our space, combining FBA and freedmen. Of course, we've had the FBA freedmen united space. So that would be something. And if you've been following my brother, Black Alpha Network, you would have heard him repeat this repeatedly in his live, in his broadcast, in his Alpha Cast every week. So now all of a sudden, there is somebody saying that this is Tariq Nasheed and he's trying to rebrand himself and this and all of that other. And there's a conflict of understanding about saying FBA and freedmen. I hope anybody looking right now at the way that it's listed, FBA is its own hashtag. Freedmen is its own hashtag. I hope y'all can understand the concept. But with that being said, dealing first with the FBA is a hate group thing and then dealing with the FBA freedmen confusion. Can you address that part? Because pretty much, I mean, one is pretty much your originate, you originated even the phrase. So floor is yours, my brother.
Appreciate that, family. It goes like this. Somebody trying to separate foundational Black American and freedmen is somebody trying to separate the left side of your body from the right side of your body. Okay, that's like trying to split the DNA and put one on the left and one on the right. It's not, possible. It is synonymous with one another. We are exactly the same thing. You feel me? That's like somebody calling you. May have a grandparent. They may call you by your nickname, call you by your middle name. Somebody may call you by, your first name, your last name, your initials. You're referring to the same exact people. All right. I feel that this is just the final attempt for them to try to run interference on us. They could not stop us with the flat blackness. They threw every fucking tether group they can find. They was pulling motherfuckers off the streets, trying to stop our reparations claim, trying to stop our power from growing. And the last thing they came up with, they said, well, tell you what, let's try to cause a rift between foundational Black American words and foundational Black American freedmen. And that is impossible. It's the same exact thing. I always say certified. And the reason I always put certified on it, because you're going to have a lot of counterfeits running around here trying to say that shit. Y'all remember, like what, 6 months ago, they were saying they was foundational Europeans and shit. That was another attempt that they was trying to run to try to stop us. So we are expecting all of this type of play. We're expecting all these type of games because this is what they do. That is just a sign of somebody who is desperate. That is a sign of a hater. That is a sign of somebody who is very, very definitely afraid that we are going to get it. And they have to understand this. They can call us whatever they want, but at the end of the day, we are going to get that check. And that check, whether it says foundational Black American freedmen, whether it says freedmen foundational Black American, whatever it says on it, is going to be coming to the same lineage, heritage, and culture. So therefore, they've had this whole time where they used to call us everything they wanted to call us. We have to understand this is the first time when we really named ourselves. All right, because it used to be the Negro and the African American. Somebody who was born in, I don't know, the 80s, all they knew was African American. They didn't even know what it was. A lot of folks didn't even know African American was a new term. Go back and watch Malcolm X. He never said that shit. Go back and watch Martin Luther King, Huey Newton, Bobby Seale, Eldridge Cleaver, Captain Cleaver. They never said African American because that term did not motherfucking exist. That term was created by the dominant society so they can dilute us and they can dilute our lineage and dilute our culture. And that's the main thing they're trying to do. They want to take what we're doing right now in terms of our lineage-based policies, and they want to throw everything at it. And since none of that shit works, now they're saying, okay, well, let's separate them. You cannot separate foundational Black American freedmen because we are the same exact thing. So I would suggest to everybody, say it all in one long sentence. Foundational Black American freedmen. All right. At the end of the day, there's nothing that they can do to that. They can't twist it. They can't spin it. They cannot remix it.
Absolutely. And we have watched them try to remix it. And it's so crazy when I hear the conversation because it makes no sense. I mean, it's a really silly conversation. When we have these simple explanations, I gotta wonder if some of these spaces aren't just built to draw people into confusion, because foundational Black American is an identifier. Freedman is a legal designation. And let me just say this very clearly for those who may have a problem with the fact that people are saying foundational Black American freedmen. I didn't hear about freedmen by Twitter Space. There's more, some of us who are more, our education of Black empowerment did not begin on Twitter in 2022. That is just asinine to be out here saying. But nonetheless, I do understand when you have certain groups that spend so much time amongst themselves, they can believe that they were influencing things outside of their own group. And that just isn't so. So for that, the record being so, if y'all have not seen all of the hidden colors, the Freedmen's Bank and the Freedmen's Bureau was mentioned, I believe, in Hidden Colors 1 or 2, which would be 2010, not 2022. So most of the children that are saying this ridiculous madness right now were in middle school at the time that we were being educated, re-educated about the Freedmen's Bureau, for those who were not already educated prior to that, for being in the pro-Black struggle for multiple decades, not just 2022. I mean, this shit is crazy to me, bro. Okay, this shit kills me. In 2022 is when all of our Black empowerment knowledge and wisdom came by way of Twitter Spaces. Did you know that, bro?
Oh yeah, hey, remember that like 3 days where Twitter Spaces was gone? A lot of these other people is going right along with it because their whole existence is based on Twitter Spaces. But let me say this, man. First off, I want to say this, attached to what you're saying right now, family. First off, salute to our brother Tariq Nasheed. And the reason why foundational Black American, that term is so powerful, because it alludes to us being the foundation, the beginners, the originators. I love that term. Ado, some, American descendants of slavery, you can play with that. You can play with that. You can kind of twist that around. That's why you had a lot of Jamaicans and stuff. They was coming out saying, well, we're technically from the Americas and we was descendants of slaves. And they remixed that shit around a lot. So that term kind of, y'all notice, let alone it was also, a Democratic front group. But that term kind of just, went away. It dissipated. Foundational Black American, you can't play with that. You can't play with that. That's some of our brother Tariq Nasheed's best work right there. Like, I love that term because there's nothing you can say to go around that. And then freedmen, I love that term as well because freedmen alludes to that we are the descendants of chattel slavery right here in America. We were freed. You can take us back to the Census Bureau. We're not somebody who came here in 1962 or 1952 or 1992. We was folks who've been here. So both of those terms are very, very indicative of our lineage, our heritage, and our culture. And they cannot be remixed, twisted around. You say African American, well, who the hell's an African American? You can come right now from Zimbabwe and be an African American. So that term, get that out of here. Those terms created, this is beauty because it's something that we have started. Every time we have the opportunity to name ourselves, to identify ourselves, things get done. Our problem is when other people identify us and they spend a lot of money, time, energy, and effort and resources calling us POCs. That's because they want to stop us from, saying foundational. They called us minorities and BIOP or whatever the hell terms they come up with. All those were desperate attempts to stop us from associating and identifying with our true heritage. And once we said, fuck all those fake ass names y'all gave us, this is what we identify as. Now you see everybody's in disarray. So it shows you that we're doing the good thing. Foundational meaning that you are the foundation of this country, the originator, and freedmen meaning that you were free because you were slaves in this country and slaves in this country built this country. So all those things combined make up foundational Black American freedmen. And when you say it, just make sure you say it with your chest.
Real talk. And I hope that is something that really does resonate with the folks out there because, again, I hear a lot of stuff, and just so I'm clear, or just so everybody is clear, I haven't been in other people's spaces, so no one could take credit for the certified truth space numbers and me or Black Alpha's platform's growth or success. So I just want to put that out in the wind because for some reason, all of the history of the things that we were already doing just got summed up into 20,022 because of that January 26th space. I'm sorry. I just can't do it. I just can't. The Dunce Squad. I mean, Jesus Christ. Sister Miriam, you got to go ahead and mix yourself before I say some more.
Good evening to you, Brother Beatzilla and Brother Black Alpha and Queen Black Alpha. Most definitely, and to all the other certified FBA in the room, freedmen in the room. I once said during one of the Twitter spaces that you all have that it was definitely like trying to divide a human being from your right side, from your left side of your body. And it's really not that difficult, especially if you are one who have done the work or the research. Even if you haven't in layman's term, you should understand that we are the foundation of this country, meaning our ancestors been here before and some came over in chattel slavery. So I don't get all the confusion that's going on unless you are a turncoat or Democratic shield and or you just a rubber rouser and you're a disruptor. It's quite simple. And as far as the term African American, let's go back. You had Jesse Jackson. That was a terminology that he pushed forward during his Rainbow Push Coalition days. And so that's how that terminology came along. We always identified ourselves as Black or Negro or freedmen. And as Brother Black Alpha was saying, FBA is some of the best work Tariq has ever done, because there's no mission or massing any of that. You can't even be confused with that, meaning those who are the originators, that which came out the soil, that which already was here. And of course, Friedman, as our brother Beatzilla and our brother Black Alpha stated, Friedman was the legalized term from when many of our brothers and sisters and ancestors, if you will, when they freed themselves, and some was already free, so they kind of grouped them in, because don't forget, our ancestors was already here. But those children of chattel slavery, who legally went through the terms and fought to get that that name and that representation, and to push forward that lineage, our lineage, forward, and it's the political term. So there should not be no misunderstanding about that. It's just very comical with the foolery that a lot of these people go around here doing. You have all these Spanish speaking people, and let's agree that Latino simply means white of, or white. When the Spanish speaking people choose to if you will, wash out the Afrocentric part of themselves, or the African part of themselves, or the Black part of themselves, and they only want to be known for their lighter skin, and the lighter the better, because they choose to be white and they assimilate into whiteism. And Spain within itself is a whole nother history. Oh my goodness, especially dealing with them. We don't have those psychoses about who and what we are. We did have a blue vein society dealing with the brown paper bag thing, but that colorism died out a long time ago. You may have somebody doing a little kidding around, or a little joning, but it never was a thing where it was so mentally challenging and held each other back to where it was tribalism, and you keep all the political gains and all the resources for yourself. We did not have a caste system like that. When you deal with India, when you deal with Africa, and when you deal with the Caribbeans, you have that colorism going on, and you have those darker hued people being kept out of many forms of the government movements, resources, education, etc.
Hey, Sister Miriam, not want to cut you off, but
Sure,
I just
brother.
I just want to be I said we set kind of a standard at the very beginning to because I want to make sure we stay, because the next person will come up and be like, give me all of this time. And I
Sure.
will let you
Hmm.
roll. I want to keep everything to about 2 minutes.
Okay.
So just but go ahead, sister, you got it.
Most definitely, since I joined in late, and I would thank you, brother, for that, because I always want to be fair, and I'll yield my time, and I'll come back up later. Thank you.
You already know, sister. Thank you so much, and as always, thank you for your support. So, as and like I said, now so because I know how y'all be doing. Don't hit me in my inbox. You let Sister Miriam go, and she wasn't here at the beginning, family. So y'all just heard, we keeping it at 2 minutes, and that's where we gonna keep it. So as y'all saw how graceful she just gave that up, she could easily come back and chime in again. So thank you so much, Sister Miriam. Thank you so much. But with like what you were saying with that whole color caste system, I've been able to witness that myself within especially the Caribbean culture, and then within the Caribbean culture, there's a African caste system with also that doesn't really get mentioned. So the Africans that come over to the Caribbean and then start getting that dual and triple citizenship, those individuals, because what they'll do is that because Britain rules, of course, Europe, but they rule their province, then they also rule in the Caribbean, and then they rule in Canada. These Africans will literally travel between all of those different spaces, and what they'll do is because they're colonized, they still look down at even the descendants of the Caribbean slaves. And we were never slaves. We were never slaves. And then they go up to Canada and just be acting an ass. But so then they'll come down to America. They'll start hopping in these spaces. And for some reason, we got these bugged out black folks in our own home that cannot understand that these people come in here talking crazy to us. And we respond to it. And then everybody else, because they hate Tariq Nasheed so much, all the things that we do in response to the disrespect to us is somehow just chalked up as, well, you guys are gay. Following Tariq Nasheed. Like, I can't respond to a person being disrespectful to me in my space. By the way, just to remind you guys, this is the Certified Truth Space. We are beatzillapdx official and Black Alpha Network. If you heard Tariq Nasheed in that, something's wrong with you. But, you know, I don't know how to just help y'all. We stand on our own, and, you know, because I'll call you a bitch to your face. So if you really want that, you could do that. But don't go around and say, you guys are Nasheedians and this. No. I'll call you a fuck nigga to your face. So with that being said, brother, Black Alpha, how do you also see correcting understanding of what Black empowerment looks like? Because people still want to make, oh yeah, by the way, not Black Alpha, my bad. African American Alpha is how some of these people would want to call it. So African American Alpha Network, how do you see us defending our position in the future, brother? African American Alpha Network.
That's funny as hell. Hey, first off, like I gotta say, hey, I can listen to our sister speak all day long, sister. Every time you come on stage, you be dropping them straight facts, big time. So definitely appreciate you. I can listen to you all day long. Family, it's all about us just regulating. You already know, family. You know I'm always talking about the regulators. If Doug Williams is in the room, hey, regulators mount up. It's all about regulating, and that's exactly what we got to continue to do. And if you look, we've regulated every single thing. We have a lot of opposition. We got a lot of suckers that come after us. Basically, the whole world got a problem with FBA. It's all eyes on us. We know that. They know that. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter because we regulate. So sometimes you got to regulate people. Sometimes you got to regulate terms. We regulated a lot of terms. When was the last time anybody heard, yes, we can? Anybody heard that? I ain't heard that. When's the last time, you heard, can we all just get along? Ain't nobody saying that. So in terms of actually breaking things down in a real way, sometimes you got to start with phrases, and you got to run phrases out the paint, and you got to just make sure that whatever element that they're trying to use to, stifle us, we got to go around that. And the best way is gatekeeping. The best way is regulating. And that's exactly what we've been doing. I would say that the last year will be remembered as the year where we really gatekeeped and we really regulated and we got bullshit out the paint. There was so much wrongdoing, so much bad negative energy, so many nefarious characters that will come around, and we got them all out the house. We ran them all off the block. And that's exactly the things that I love to see. And we just got to continue to build on that. So if somebody comes around and they're trying to reference us as a term that we do not go by, we regulate that term and we regulate whoever said it. If somebody comes into space right now and they said, shout out to all the people of color in the room, you already know they're going to get regulated. If I don't get them, you going to get them, or somebody going to hit that damn request and they going to get them. You going to get your shit regulated talking that to us. So that's what I love right now about our lineage, our heritage, and our culture. We just not playing games no more. At the end of the day, we just don't have time for it. This is what it is. It's the 11th hour, man. This era, this generation, we are very serious. We not playing no more. We sat back and seen so much time be wasted on bullshit, and we ain't got time to waste. We got money to make. See, when you start talking about reparations, you start talking about people who trying to get it. We're not saying please cut the check. We saying cut the check. All right. We saying tangibles or else. No reparations, no vote. These are very definitive statements. So we've been making commands. We've been making demands. We've been holding everything down in the proper fashion, and it all starts by just being you and letting everybody know we are who we are, and you will address us as such. So if you come around us and you're talking something that we don't go for, something we don't rock with, we're going to get your ass out the paint. We're going to run you off the field. We're going to get you off the block. And that's the only way to go. And I tell people this all the time. Continue to do it. Continue to do it. Don't let nobody shame you from it, because there's always going to be somebody coming around saying y'all's be nice. The person who's trying to tell you to be nice is the person trying to get you to drop your guard. They don't tell anybody else on this planet Earth to be nice. I ain't yet seen one person tell the dominant society to be nice. All these race soldiers, these POCs out here, no one's ever asking them to play nice. They only want us to play nice because they want us to drop our guard. So the minute that we quit playing nice and the minute we start focusing on self is the minute that they got desperate. So you can see the correlation between all of them. So just stay true to yourself, stay true to your lineage, and if somebody comes around and they not on the same page, get out that regulator and start to regulate.
Talk. Real talk. And that's, you know, that's one thing when we have regulated in the past, and especially over the course of the last year, a lot of people that's one of the ways that they've tried to define folks as hate groups. Now, of course, like I said, when you have people that are not really the authorities of understanding, especially if those who understand or under the belief or assumption that everybody got their wisdom in 2022, that part just kills me, man. You know, those type of individuals can cause a lot of conflict because obviously their hands-on experience happened in 2022. And so for those of us who have been at the plow, hands on the plow for the last decade plus, it kind of looks weird for a lot of us to see this. Hey man, we done this and okay. See, we have to also defend the movement against foolishness and against cloutopian bliss, because clout is a hell of a drug. Ike Turner wasn't. I mean, what he was on, that narcotic he was on, don't compare to clout. Clout meets ego is an unmatched drug. There's gambling can't even supersede that. And so we are dealing with sometimes the fact that like all of us are accessible. So you could sit up here in this space. I can talk to my brother. I could talk to my sister. I could talk to the person who I watch on YouTube. I can interact with them. And what happens is that person says, they're a crab in the same barrel as me. And that's not necessarily true. This person is trying to make sure that this whole barrel of crabs gets overturned, so all of you end up getting freed. However, it looks to a lot of people as, well, somebody's doing something that I ain't doing, so let me stop them from doing it. How do we address, which I guess essentially the easiest way to sum up that mindset is the pocket watchers. Addressing the pocket watching culture or nature going forward. How can we prepare, like our listeners, brother, like the people who listen to us, because clearly these folks don't necessarily participate in the pocket watching culture, but everybody has to be brushed by it per se. So how can one tighten up their own psyche against that type of energy of, man, why are these people doing it? Man, what you think about this? But man, because all of that goes against focusing on empowerment. It's all inner focused bullshit. What are some of the mechanisms you can see to combat that little subtle trick?
Tell them mind their own fucking business. Tell them get their own goddamn money. Tell them if they had some money in their own pocket, they wouldn't be worried about mine. Hey, man, listen, y'all know the Black Alpha Network. I just keep shit to the point, direct, raw. I always tell people my alpha cast sounds just like at your kitchen table at a family reunion, playing dice, whatever. When you hanging out with your let me tell you something. My grandmama talk way worse than I talk, okay? But guess what? You get the goddamn point. So just tell these motherfuckers to mind their own goddamn business, get their own goddamn money, stay out of FBA affairs. That door's closed, like you be saying, Zilla. You can't come in, you can't walk in, you can't hop in, you can't skip in. You can sit your ass on the outside. You can't come to the barbecue. Nope, you ain't getting no plate. You ain't getting a goddamn thing from us. So if you're floating around hoping you're gonna get $1, you ain't even gonna get a nickel. All right, that's just what it is, and that's the approach that we got to take. Uncut, fuck everybody's feelings. Fuck them all. Listen, we ain't got no room for anybody's emotions. All that emotional shit, that got us in this hole. They was out here on Edmund Pettus Bridge being emotional. They was out here getting milkshakes dumped on their head being emotional. They started the black and browns being emotional. I don't give a fuck about emotion. Only emotion I care about is our lineage and heritage and getting this goddamn money. So anybody who's got some type of smoke for foundational black Americans, I hope they're prepared for what everybody say nowadays. Fuck around and find out. Well, let's let these motherfuckers find out that we the wrong ones to play with. And that's the type of energy that I've seen that our lineage has been pushing forward within the last year. And we got to continue to build on that. It's not about what anyone else does. It's about what we do. All right, we're the influencers. We're the trendsetters. We're at the boss's table. We live in the winner circle. Hell, our whole life has been a winning streak. And we got to let it be known. See, we used to have these small little quiet victories, you know, over here and there. The only difference about this era than the other eras is that we're more bold. We're more bold. We say what's on our goddamn mind nowadays. We don't really wait around. Like, if we win, we're going to let the whole world know. I always say this. One of my mottos is, if you're a winner, act like a winner. Don't be a winner and you walk around here like a loser with that defeated mentality. And that's what we done. We rounded up all the defeated mentality. You know, no offense to old brother earlier, but you saw what happened, Zilla. You kind of told me, hey, bro, we don't do that defeated shit up in here. Hell to the no. Everything about me is about holding your head to the sky, not down to the floor. And that's what I love about this era. It's okay to be arrogant, cocky, conceited when you're talking about being an FBA. If you can't be arrogant about your lineage, then what the hell can you do? All right. We done did it all. I mean, you want to go out and build this country? Put it this way. You got folks who didn't even build this country. They running around here with they goddamn head to the sky. So what the hell you got your head down for and you built the country? You want to know what foundational black Americans have done? Go step outside right now and look around. It's called the United States of America. And there'll be no USA without FBA. So what we got to continue to do is just be bold, G-check people on site, let them know what time it is. It's all about our moves. Because remember, when we move, they move. All right, we don't wait for them. We don't sit back and say, well, what are they doing? Maybe we can go steal a policy from them. Let's go sit on their panels. Let's go see what the Ukrainians is doing and the Afghan refugees. Man, fuck that. They better worry about us. And that's the era that we're moving into now, is where the whole world is focused on us. And it takes a lot of strong brothers and sisters to handle that. It takes a lot of strong brothers and sisters to handle that. Because I'm going to be honest with you. I'm only concerned with being humble when I'm amongst my family. When I'm amongst my FBAs, my freedmen, then I'm concerned with being humble. When it comes to outside of my FBAs and my freedmen, fuck them. I'm here to make everybody mad. I'm here to make you, I'll count the goddamn reparations money in front of you. Point goddamn blank. Because that's what we're going to have to do. We got to keep letting these motherfuckers know what we've created ain't going nowhere. We got to let these motherfuckers know what we've done will not be ever tested. It will never be disrespected. You better wipe your feet at that goddamn door when you step up in here. And that's what it's all about. This whole movement that we've got going on right now, this is just America coming back to its rightful owner. And the rightful owner is us. I don't care if you in New York. I don't care if you in Chicago. I don't care if you in LA. I don't care if you in Georgia. If you are a foundational black American freeman, and you have that DNA that I got in my veins, that you got in your veins, that everybody in this space got in their veins, then you do as you please. You do what they want. And if they got a problem with us, then they're going to be hella mad tomorrow, because we're going to get even stronger tomorrow. So that's my mentality. That's my approach. Make sure all the pocket watchers stay fully employed. That's what we got. Let all the pocket watchers stay fully employed. You know why? Because we're going to have a full bank account. So if they want to watch our goddamn money, they better go ahead and get a goddamn number, but bring a lunch, because we're going to be counting them goddamn 50s, 100s, all the way across the board. So that's how I do it, brother. I'm sure you do it the same way, and I want everybody to do it the same way. And with that mentality, you will not lose.
Facts. Facts.
Hey, you know I'm crazy, man. You already know.
But I mean, it's real, because again, we always have so many people interjecting into our situation. Everybody has an opinion on what we should do. Why don't you guys get it this way? Now we got Haitians over here again interjecting in our reparations conversation. And what's so crazy about that is like, okay, well, that you don't have anything invested other than hatred, envy, or grimy shit. And so now that you will see something happen, it's like, well, hey, our grimy attempts at trying to like graft ourselves into you didn't work. Man, you should feel guilty about not allowing us to successfully hustle you. And this is kind of how it feels. And how I see it, because look at what we're seeing. We have so many groups, and I have to look at some of the agendas of some of these people, because if you are looking at making an argument, because for us, we attack the system of white supremacy. We boldly address the system of white supremacy and dismantling. We do that relentlessly. I mean, I do that every week on my broadcast to the point to where there are some black folks that feel that I never have anything positive to say about white folk. So, I mean, but with that being said, I mean, I'm clearly I'm clearly different. And I'm all about our folks. So with that being said, we are moving towards like, okay, let's tighten up in-house. We're over a year focusing on ourselves, and look, the world has taken notice. And so now you having there's some trans racial folks that have been out there. Right now, they're doing the transhuman everything. Because now it's like, let's pull out all the stops. We have to figure out what group we lump in with black folks and their reparation claim to kind of muck up the waters. The beauty of what we have done was what we have had established as the term and action of the word tether. So, brother, we have recently came into some situations where people are trying to frame it as anybody that's calling folks tether is xenophobic and they hate immigrants. No. Tether means an action. You are actively trying to tether your way into our situation. One of the biggest tethers that, of course, brother, you know, I have always stressed is white women. I can't help but notice how all of the people who say FBA is a hate group never ever mention white women tethers. Ain't that funny, brother?
Oh yeah, they definitely do, because they don't look at them as tethers because they're part of the dominant society, but by definition they're tethers, and we got to actually judge things based upon the definition. You feel me? If somebody is trying to latch or cling on to something that we create, that by definition is a tether. You're tethering on it. So yes, they're the biggest tether because they're part of the dominant society. So obviously they're going to work further. And in terms of people saying, you know, be nice to the tethers and all that kind of stuff, man, fuck that. Listen, say what it is, and it doesn't matter how they feel about it. It's all about how we feel about it. If I got my brothers and sisters in this room right now, and you see somebody who's a tether. Matter of fact, me and my brother Afro Elite had a conversation, I think on New Year's, about a tether that's running around here. But we're gonna leave that alone for another day. I think me and you spoke about it too, Zilla. But did it matter whether that person feels they're a tether or not? No. It doesn't matter, because as long as we know that's the tether and we can communicate with each other, that's all that really matters. See, we have to get to the point where the only thing that matters is us. The only thing that matters is us. If a tether walks in this room and they start saying a bunch of tether language, all right, as long as I can look at my sister right here and say, hey, you see what's happening, right? And she hits me with that nod and be like, yep, I see it. Then that osmosis between the two of us is all that matters, because now we can counter that and we can maneuver around that individual. So everything, I'm telling you, everybody in this space, hear me right now, Black Alpha Network, I'm telling you, everything starts and ends with us. What we do, what we say goes. And once we do that, and once we implement that, everything else will fall to the wayside. It doesn't matter what these other individuals are going to do. Nobody in this room expects to wake up tomorrow and anyone's going to be nice to us. Anybody's going to want to play fair with us. They're not going to do that. So therefore, we got to start becoming counterpunchers. All right. And understand that when we make it go, we make it go. What we say is real. Everything we speak is golden. We can't do no goddamn wrong. All right. That's how you have to approach it. And once you get that, everything else can be worked out. But start putting your best foot forward. And our best foot forward is our unity. All right. Our best foot forward is us being on the same page, on the same accord. And we're doing that. And every time we do it, it's perfect. The code is undefeated, y'all. The code has never lost. The only time you see people take L's is when they're going every which way. You got 50 million people going 50 million different ways. All we got to do is have the certified 100 doing the same thing at the same time. Now, you may have a different approach. You may have a different, maneuver. As I always say, ain't nothing changed but the slang. Y'all may say hella out there on the West Coast. I know my brother Afro Elite says bro out there in Chicago. Down here they say shouty. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. Dark and lovely. I know they say son, and I know my folks in Louisiana, they say woody. But at the end of the day, we know exactly what every one of those things means. So therefore, it doesn't matter what they think. Hail to the no. So I say, let's continue to be us. Let's continue to be great. And let's continue to keep putting a foot up their ass.
Yes, sir. That on bro thing was a new one for me. Shout out to my Chicago folks. Shout out Afro Elite. Yes, indeed. I've never heard that before until you like, oh, on bro. Okay. I
Hey,
mean,
hey, I froze for a minute, man. He told me that. I was like, huh? I was like, excuse me? And he caught that I didn't know it though. He's like, no, I'm sorry, bro. That's some Chicago stuff. I was like, oh, I got you, brother.
right. Because it's like, well, wait, huh? Yeah, I mean, yeah. Yeah, no, I need some clarity on that, brother. But yes, indeed. And that's the beauty of this, though. Being on Twitter and being able to interact with these different cultures, you can also get an understanding of kind of how people are interacting on a regional level. We didn't have that before, so that's kind of dope. In measure. Like I said, I'm sorry, y'all. Y'all can get the Dunk Squad together, boy. It becomes yeah. Y'all ever have that class in y'all school growing up where all the short bus people just had to gather in one big ass classroom? That's kind of how that Twitter space is. But anyway, Miriam, you got it, sister.
Sure, thank you, brother. um, yes. On the back end of what Brother Black Alpha was saying, um, we have to stop with the sympathizing. And I use the word we loosely because that's the behavior that I do not put forward or, move in. Um, it's okay to respect someone within their own understanding. But when they cross over into trying to make moves and trying to change policies and to disrupt and interrupt in our lineage movement, um, it's 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 unacceptable, and you must be checked, as you say it with your chest. You know, be a wrecker and a checker, but we are also builders and nurturers. And if you are mature enough, and we are all adults here, you will not have a problem with a brother or a sister checking you as long as it's done respectfully and and not in malice. Um, we cannot be taking sides and partnering up with other people or the others or tethers or against our common goal and our common strength and what we stand for and what we're trying to get done here. Um, if you have a disagreement, just agree to disagree, but we should never be sympathizing and taking sides. We're supposed to be a united front against such behavior. And that does not mean that I'm going to support you when you are being wrong, because I'm going to hit you in your DMs respectfully. So I will not chastise or try to do, you know, critical constructive criticism to you in front of our united enemy. And that's a lot of things we have to stop. And I use the word we loosely because most of us are on code, so we know how to act accordingly. But for those that don't know, this is somewhat of a class, and there's nothing wrong with learning and getting game. Our brother Tariq, our brother Jason Black, our brother Tariq Nasheed, and our brother Professor Black Truth always say, get the game and put it where it lay. And we still have our master teacher, our elder Neely Fuller, who's still dropping knowledge right now today. So I think that it would be a little bit asinine on us if we didn't check and hold ourselves to a standard, let alone let someone else come and disrespect and come in our space or in anything that we're doing in our everyday lives and not hold them to that same standard, and but even with more velocity and forcefulness, because as you said, Brother Black Alpha, we're going to do checking with one another with love and respect. So I'll yield the floor, and I would like to shout out to our brother Afro Elite and our beautiful goddess sister, Sister Linus. And I'll yield the floor, and I'll let someone else speak. Thank you.
Shout out to you, my sister, as always. Afro Elite. Oh, of course, and the shout out line is crown. You done made it back on there. You can come up if you want to, sis. But I understand, you know, she be over there knocking kids over the heads with rulers at times. So this might be the unruly child moment. So she might be putting some textbooks across some heads. No, I'm just playing. She does not abuse your children out here. That's not what's going on. She's educated. Brother Afro Elite, you can brother.
You guys can hear me, right? Can you guys hear me? Okay. Well, I want to say this briefly. There's a lot of mistakes that we've made last year that I hope we don't carry on and bring into this year. I tried to break some of that stuff down in my broadcast last night. Shameless plug, you know, yeah, if y'all ain't seeing it, y'all should probably go see that. But there was a lot of stuff, a lot of arguments that went on that didn't necessarily have to go on. I want to use this as an example. White people, you never will see an incident or an example of white people or even non-black people, but I'm using white people for this one. You don't see white people arguing with each other around black people. They know better than to do that. You do not see them doing that at all. Now, they will argue with each other when they get in the car, when they get back to the house, when they're around other white people. Now, they'll argue in front of other white people. Notice if you guys see like any clips and videos or anything like that and y'all see white people fighting, it's never around a bunch of black people. It's always around only white people. That's the only time that they break code. That's the only time that they like lash out and fight against each other. When they're around non-black people, they're 100% on code. They don't let their back and forth get out into the public. And that's a practice that we need to start implementing in ourselves. There's a lot of things on Twitter Space, and I'm not exempt from this, but there's a lot of things on Twitter Spaces that could have easily been settled with a simple phone call or a DM or something like that. That didn't have to get to, man, I'm going to have to expose you. I'm going to have to call you out and you ain't this and that. Like, it didn't have to get to that point. There were some incidents where, and I'm not going to give like a very, very specific example, but there's some incidents where people have said some things in my Twitter space and I had to hit them up in the DMs like, hey, like, kind of tripping a little bit, like, kind of calm down. And the individual didn't calm down, but you know, I had to settle that off the Twitter space. I didn't bring that into the Twitter space. I wasn't all like, man, you better shut up in my Twitter. I tried not to do that, especially if I have the person's number. I'm not going to call them out of their name, or I'm not going to do anything crazy in the eye of the public. You know what I'm saying? So I think that is a very important practice that we need to start implementing going forward, because that makes the Twitter space less progressive than it really can be if we don't do that. And I'll land there.
No, I completely agree, brother. And you know, that's again, I think going forward, we kind of see where we had a whole good 12 months to kind of get adjusted to an ever-changing landscape of vocal black voices being more in the forefront, and the grassroots black voices really being more in the forefront than, and more I guess holding more power in public forums than any time that I can remember in the past. So even with that, you got to be mindful, and like you're saying, putting arguments in-house family arguments in front of the world. I agree. I have a huge problem with doing that. So, you know, let's have a Twitter space and put somebody's name in it, or let's make a video and use somebody's face or use somebody's name. That type of stuff. What are we showing? So I completely agree, brother. So I hope, you know, and that goes again, myself. I'm not going to be doing, I practice this myself. I don't want to make no whole 3-hour broadcast talking about an individual when I could be spending that focusing on our issues. So shout out to my brother and shout out to all y'all again. And now I have my sister Lioness Crown on stage. She's taking a break from beating them children over the head with that ruler.
Stop. No. We do not condone or participate in child abuse. And also, guess what? I haven't been in the classroom since 2016. I emancipated myself from the 9-to-5 world back in 2016. But shout out to the family, the host, Brother Beatzilla, Brother Black Alpha, Queen Alpha Afro Elite, our Queen Miriam, who just dropped some jewels. And I think Be More on Code is in here. Shout out to everybody. Oh, okay, we see Christopher Ellis in the space and everybody else. So I just wanted to say, hey y'all, hey, happy new year. It's the third day of the new year. I'm really feeling this energy. I'm loving actually the level of personal accountability and just reflection that some folks are displaying across the app. No, we're not perfect. Yes, we will continue to make mistakes, but we give ourselves and each other grace and we keep it moving. We stay loyal to the code of conduct and our overall purpose for existence and doing this work. So yeah, that's really all I had to say. In terms of what other people are doing or not doing, I'm really not focusing on that this year. I mean, while we do want to recognize and call out off-code behavior or things that are detrimental to the community, I'm going to continue to do that personally, but the manner in which I do it may look a lot differently because what I've noticed is approaching situations with hostility or allowing anything to ruffle my feathers, it just really takes away from reaching the goal a lot faster and gracefully. So I made a lot of mistakes last year, especially on this app. I am in a commitment to move forward and to be a lot more constructive. And I want to build with a lot more people across the app, those who are willing and able to work constructively towards a common goal. And also, yeah, just allowing folks to have their own opinions and be different and understanding that does not take away from me walking in prosperity and abundance. So what someone else is doing or not doing doesn't take away from what I got going on, what I need to be focusing on. So I think that if we approach this work of reparations from a place of abundance versus a place of scarcity, it's really going to shift the impact that we have. And what do I mean by that? I mean, if we're looking at the reparations conversation by saying our community doesn't have this, we don't have this has been taken away from us. Yeah, while we know all of that is historically and currently factually true, if we approach the the prosperity conversation from a place of abundance and reparations, we're saying, hey, this is a debt that's owed, and these are what we're focusing on, what we're doing to reach the goal versus what tethers or other people are doing to take away from our resources. So I think that I offer a shift from even talking about reparations from more of an abundance and prosperity mindset and just claiming it as it's already done. Yeah, we know that there's a lot of work to do, but the victory is ours, and nobody is going to be able to take away our birthright, right? Our reparations is our birthright. It is what we are owed, what our ancestors are owed, and what is given to us, on a spiritual realm, and it can't be taken away, right? Our sovereignty can't be taken away. Our dignity, our self-respect, our self-love, those things cannot be taken away. And so we approach, again, abundance from a mindset of prosperity. Excuse me, I keep saying abundance. I mean reparations from a mindset of prosperity. Then it may shift the energy in which we even collaborate around it. And that could even, prevent more conflict. And again, everyone does not have to agree with us. And when we do things the way that we do, and if we notice people are off code or detrimental to the movement, then we just decide not to collaborate with them. But we keep it pushing and don't get caught up on what somebody else is doing or not doing. That's my biggest takeaway. That's my message. That's what I'm leaning into in 2023. I'm not running nobody down on this app. I'm not running nobody down in real life unless it's a white supremacist. With that, I am going to land my plane and yield the floor. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Absolutely, my sister. And truth be told, reparations is abundance. Abundance is reparations. That's hand in hand. So ain't nothing wrong with that, sister.
Yeah, I was using it interchangeably. I'm like, yes, I must be on to something because I was trying to say
Yes.
reparations and it was just like abundance and prosperity, right? But, oftentimes we think about our movement from a place of struggle or fight. And a master teacher that I will not name gave me some game a few years ago in a coaching situation. And I understood what she was saying, but it kind of went over my head. She was like, you keep talking about your work and you say the fight for Black people or the struggle for Black people. All the universe is hearing is struggle and fight. So you get to be mindful of shifting your language around the advocacy work, the activism work, the healing work, the peace work, the restorative justice work that you're doing. Use those types of terms, but don't necessarily look for fight or struggle. When you're looking for a fight, or when you say it, even if it's for a noble cause or righteous cause, you're going to get fight and struggle. That's the vibration that's going to follow your work. So now I'm really, really starting to understand that like 3 years later. So I'll offer that to y'all. And again, thank you for allowing me to share and speak authentically from a spiritual and metaphysical standpoint. I really appreciate y'all. Thank you.
I appreciate you, sis. That was a absolutely dope take. And one thing that I would always say, and I'm glad that you also mentioned that, going into the new year, just understanding everybody's at different places, and everybody may not be able to have the same. Like if Black Alpha says something to me, I'm immediately understand. If Afro says so, I immediately got what you're saying. Lioness says something, I got it. But for the people who are kind of coming into awareness, that self-awareness, not saying that everybody got to be handled with kid gloves, but that frustration to say, why ain't you getting it? That part. Everybody has to grow in their own lane. I guess that's for those of us with a little understanding, where the grace part will come in a day. Black, I want to chime in on that before we get to Afro.
Yeah, real quick, family. That's a good point. I want people to understand 50 years from now, 20 years from now, 30 years from now, 10 years from now, nobody's going to remember your Twitter beef. Nobody's going to remember that. The thing that's going to be remembered is the accomplishments that we all create, that we all make together. These petty little differences and stuff like that, ain't nobody going to remember that. Nobody's going to remember that. You really think you're going to sit down and talk to your grandkids, depending on how old you are, it might be your own kids, and you're going to say, yeah, man, 2022, I was in a hell of a Twitter beef. Yeah, it was amazing, man. You should have been there. Hell no. So we got to start putting things in the categorical level based upon priorities, based upon the movement, based upon the collective. And once we do that, everything will fall to the wayside, family. I promise you. I promise you. The good deeds and the work will show. It's like when you go out and you put in an honest day's work, and then you start to see the results of it, and then those results just fuel you, and you work harder, you work faster, and it motivates you. That's the stage that we're in right now. We're in that stage where we're putting out good energy, we're receiving good energy, and everybody's going further, and everybody's getting stronger. So that's what we got to focus on. And all the naysayers out there, which there's always going to be naysayers. We just got to pay them no attention. We're never at a loss for naysayers. We're never at a loss for nefarious characters. So knowing this and understanding this, and those people are always going to be ever present. We got to just make sure that we maneuver around them. We, keep them to the wayside and keep them where they belong. And let's focus on, where we've been, because as low as we've been down, that's as high as we're going to go. So that's my, part I want to chime in, brothers.
Yes, sir. Brother Afro Elite, you got it. Afro, are you there, brother?
Yeah, can you hear me? Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir. Got
you. Okay, cool. Well, I made a Twitter space last year, and it was about the do's and don'ts of being on code. And this is just the basics of, these are things, how we should treat other Black people, how we should respond to other situations. And one of the things that I said is giving people grace. And that's something that a lot of us, I feel, need to start practicing going into the new year. I understand that we are all passionate. I genuinely believe that every single individual in this room is very passionate about black empowerment, about reparations, and about the advancement of our people. I believe that. But that does not necessarily mean that we all have to be very hot headed. You know what I'm saying? So I'm going to give an example. There's been a couple of times I'm watching my YouTube and somebody says something in the chat room, and instantly I think of something, but I ask, "Hey, what did you mean by that?" And then they clarify what they meant by the original statement, and then that makes me think like, "Oh, okay, I I took it wrong the first time. When I saw it the first time, I perceived it to mean something different than what he or she was actually trying to convey. What they meant is not what I thought they meant initially. And it was smart for me not to be all like, block him, get him out of the chat room, like I could have went off, and that happens in Twitter Spaces too. There's a lot of times people say something kinda a little suspect, and then next thing you know, everybody is going off, and you're not giving that person the chance to really expound on what they're trying to get across. You know what I'm saying? And this doesn't mean to listen to people babble. I'm not trying to say that at all. And if somebody is off code, I'm not trying to say give off code person a chance. But there's situations, there's arguments that I can honestly see both sides of the party, both perspectives. And I'm all like, if y'all could just listen to each other for a little bit, I'm sure you guys can both understand where each other are coming from. But you guys, or I'm not naming anybody, but some people are just blinded with passion. They kind of just like jump out the window the second they hear something that they don't initially like. So what I say is we should implement a bit of grace and understanding that maybe everybody on this app or everybody around us might not be as well read, might not be as educated, and might say something that we disagree with. And if they do, then we should give them the grace to try to educate them. And, you know, if they don't want to be educated or they can't be or whatever the case is, then we just leave them there, you know. So that's what I wanted to add to the conversation.
I actually absolutely have to agree, brother. It's funny. I actually kind of went through a similar situation here recently. And I think that when people have certain things in their mind, you sometimes we get into these situations to where we're dealing with big thinkers, but very bad listeners. So they have a fixation on what they perceive things should be. And then and let me just go back and walk y'all down memory lane for a minute. When Jason Black had to go explain what B1 meant, he's a person who's coined a phrase and had to spend a whole long space reiterating something he created. And so when you have situations like that, I will say you don't have to just go off on people. And I mean, because truth be told, at that type of lack of understanding, there's not really much you're going to be able to get through anyway. So you have to take it all in stride, because we have some of these people out here who just want to be contrary just to be contrary. And they're not really about empowerment because they're scared. So for them, empowerment is a scary thing. So to say, I have to own and be accountable for all of my movements in the future if I get empowerment, man, I've always been used to blaming someone else. So now I would have to be solely responsible for my wins and my L's. Yeah, I don't know if I want to do that, man. And you guys are pushing the issue. So now it's kind of scary to me. But I can't look like a coward. So I'll just act like I have another answer and I'll keep bringing it to you. And if you don't listen to me, then I'm going to shame you into going along with crapping on your own empowerment. And that's kind of what I've seen happen out here. Now, of course, other groups have different financial interests because our reparations, of course, affects their economical, how they view themselves on the class system or caste system, especially in this country. Because if we are a financial ecosystem within our own right, oh, trust me, them other groups are going to be feeling like what they say, the new Negro. Yeah, they're going to be the new Negro. But not really. I mean, don't ever get it twisted. We still number one hatred, whether we have paper or not. So we can have our whole ecosystem and they'll still be number one hating on us while everybody else is just living life as they want to be. And so I hope y'all understand that point too. You have a perpetual enemy whether you are rich or not. So the best thing to do is arm yourself with finance. Arm yourself with reparations. Arm yourselves with understanding. And most importantly, arm yourselves with wisdom. You can never do anything without understanding and wisdom. So as we are trying to move forward here, we're not trying to beef with anyone. All we are trying to do is get what is due to us. We're not looking to say this group is that group is this. All we are saying is we are foundational Black American freedmen, Black first, and we are here about our check. And so just moving in that direction, boy, I done lost both my co-hosts. What's going on here? I done lost both my co-hosts up here. Uh-oh. But like I said, family, we are just about this empowerment and we're going to move forward with it. I still have Lioness, Afro, and Miriam on stage. So let me ask y'all this. Let me ask y'all this question. Within, say, somebody who is just now coming in, because of course this time last year we had a whole wave of new people coming in to the Black empowerment space. How would you what would you introduce, or how would you introduce this movement to a person who's kind of new? What would be I guess your orientation statement for a person just coming into this Black empowerment space that really hasn't been invested over here before? Any one of y'all could take that.
I guess I'll go ahead and go. I would first tell them, if you're foundational Black American freedmen, welcome. I would advise them to do their research, not only just take for word and verbatim what they hear from someone's mouth, to do the research. I would offer them some of our major studies, such as our master teachers and our elders that have left wonderful, astronomical, outstanding works. And I would ask them what is it that they are getting involved in and what are they doing locally in their communities, and to stand firm and to plant themselves there. You don't necessarily need a whole barrage of people behind you, because one or two people can efficiently get things done. And I would tell them to stay focused. I would inform them that it's a lot of people who have things against us as up, as foundational Black American freedmen. And I would make sure that they understood what FBA meant and what freedmen meant, and understand that this is a lineage, and understand that we are led by a code and we are all held to that standard, and to have grace, respect, and love and understanding when we are dealing with one another, to never side with those outside of our lineage, to at least not in the public, and to take that time, if you have the brother or sister's number, to call them or to DM them, or if you're on that stage and before it turned heated, say, would you please follow me or DM me, because I would like further understanding. But you have to be mature and you have to be willing to sometimes take the high road. And I know sometimes when we're in our passions, that's not always an option. But if you're being led by code and logic, you would, as Brother Black Alpha said earlier, you would know how to simply move accordingly. And you would do that. And I'll yield my time to our beautiful sister, Lioness Crown.
Lioness, you got it, sis.
Oh, am I supposed to be answering the question? I was just vibing with the sister said. I'm actually out right now. Is there a particular question y'all have for me?
No, I was just asking for, like, if you was to give an orientation statement to an individual who is just now kind of coming into the black empowerment lane and understanding, you know, they're becoming conscious or woke, what would be kind of your orientation statement to that individual coming into this type of space?
Awesome. Thank you for that. My first, if I had to sum it up, it would be know thyself. Know who you are. If you can, research your lineage. Definitely know how you identify, and then understand that other people may identify differently, and folks have different life experiences. And then also part of knowing thyself is to knowing what what you have to offer, discovering your purpose. Sorry about the wind. And then also knowing what your boundaries are, right? Know what your triggers are. And so as we're interacting with other folks, because we're a very, very distinct lineage, but we're also a very, very diverse group of people, right? We're human beings at the end of the day with a variety of life experiences, etc. And we have a common interest and a common debt that's owed to us. And so doing that work and collaborating, we know that everyone's morality, their threshold for certain things is going to look different. So just know what yours are, and then you know how you want to respond to differences of opinion or other folks. I will personally offer that someone who's new to this movement or learning about reparations and getting involved, I would say definitely refer to people the way that they would want, you know, however they identify in terms of their lineage and stuff. We want to respect that. And so even talk about how folks identify, be it, you know, Black American freedmen, Indigenous Black, Indigenous, foundational Black American, descendants of American slaves, ADOS, etc. I'm going to start like referencing people who identify as ADOS or people who identify as FBA, because even the way that we talk about our lineage oftentimes with folks who identify in a variety of ways, it does sound like it's very cliquish. It sounds like it's gangbanging. It sounds like it's like these are organizations, and we're really of the same lineage. And so, especially if we want to move away from other nefarious governmental BIE agendas and things that are out there, I'm going to be very, very mindful in terms of how I refer to folks based off of what their lineage identity is. So I wanted to offer that. And I had one other thing. I forgot exactly what it was, but if I remember it, I will put my hand up. But yeah, just to respect people, know yourself, know your boundaries, try to, you know, study your family history as much as possible. And once you start to do that inner work of self, that, you know, it eliminates conflict. Like you're going to be so concerned with what you got going on and responding and your own growth and development and your own work in the community that what other people are doing or not doing becomes inconsequential. I land my plane.
That was that was excellent. Thank you again, Lioness Crown.
Oh, you're welcome. Oh, just so you know, I'm dropping free game in Beatzilla space. So Beatzilla, I will be sending you my invoice. And just so you know, my consulting fees, I don't get out of my bed for less than like $250 an hour. So I will be hitting you up for all this free game, brother. Yeah.
Yes, indeed. Oh, Lord, indeed. Yes, indeed. We got to, you know, that's another thing, because they say we only get coffee for consulting fees. Yeah. I need to make sure we start putting them in the bio.
What they say on that movie when they was passing the collection plate, he was like, we don't want the stuff that jingles, we want the stuff that folds up. Was that Coming to America? It was funny either way. But yeah, I'm hitting you up. I'm hitting you up.
I got you. I got you. So we again, thank you, my sister. Afro Elite, did you want to chime in before we got to Miss Giselle?
Yeah, and I'll be brief so Miss Giselle can go ahead. But I wanted to answer the question. I will say, um, if this was like our introduction, like on a pamphlet or something like that, I would say we are dedicated to a cause of justice, which is dismantling the global system of white supremacy and replacing that with a system of justice. So that is the cause, that is the ultimate goal. And we achieve that through Black empowerment, which is the antithesis of white supremacy. And we achieve that through self empowerment. You have to empower yourself. You have to be the smartest, the healthiest, the wisest, the richest version of yourself possible. And when you do that, the other people around you will benefit. We're one big human being, and we're all each cell. You have to become the most powerful, the healthiest, the strongest cell that you can be, and that positivity, that power, that progression will spread. That will become contagious in a positive way, and everybody else around you will benefit from that. And once everybody else around you benefits, once all the cells in the body are strong and healthy, then the body is strong and healthy. And with a strong, healthy body, community, society, that will defeat white supremacy and that will replace it with a system of justice. So that would be my introduction.
Man, that and again, very, very fitting. I hope people listening to the replay of this, this is a great. All of these takes thus far is basically what I was looking for. You were giving it excellently. All the different versions of the way you guys have set up an introduction, brilliant. Miss Giselle, it is on you, sister. You can unmute yourself.
Hey guys, and thank you for hosting this space. What is this? Happy third day of January, and happy New Year to everybody. One, I would go in because last year I actually started um, coming over to Twitter more last year, but we kind of started on Clubhouse with like me really getting involved. I used to listen to Tariq and TBA and like Vicky Diller and like Dr. Boyce. I listened to all of them for years. And then like I kind of ran into some study spaces. Um, and it was a lot. And we actually had last January, this is the anniversary of us coming, like sitting, doing like a think tank and us talking about like how do we govern one another. But it kind of ties into what you would say to people who would just jump into the movement. How would how would you introduce the movement to them? So I'll just tell you kind of some stuff that we came up with. And then, yeah. So one thing we said, you treat each other how you would want to be treated, especially on these platforms. And you got to understand that our mission is bigger than one individual. So you don't have to like one another. You just, it says, just know that we are all working together for the same goal and to treat one another accordingly. Support one another's initiatives, from donations to platforms or like our politicians like Marcel to Mayor Shealy, volunteer. It's events that's happening all over the place, like what Tariq did, all the way down to just local initiatives and flyer handouts, and then to help wherever is needed. Support platforms like just coming into your space, listening, and absorbing whatever information you can take from your spaces and passing it on to the next person. Also, no like slandering each other because people get heated. We are in a very traumatized situation. Like, we come from a traumatized situation. So you don't want to slander people. You don't put people's names and titles in rooms and on social media platforms. Don't include photos of people's and personal information online. Don't give out don't give other people outside of our space a platform to disrespect our movement by going into other rooms and um designed to be used for clickbait. You know how they have these spaces that set up on here, and because you're so mad at somebody else, you jump into that space and you just have to release. It comes with some type of level of self-control, and just don't rush to make response rooms or don't rush to do smear campaigns. So that's how we can like interact with one another. And actually, it was about 50 of us who came together with these basic rules, just so that we can navigate into spaces. Now, we didn't get to push forward because it was like situation after situation after situation. But I always tell people, like, I shared it with a lot of people. I'll share it with you guys. But also with people coming straight into the movement, you got to know your history. So you got to start doing the research. Start with ask people who know. Say, hey, what is this? Like, for example, from January 1st to January 16th, we're doing a push. It's called the 16 Days to MLK Day, continuing the legacy initiative. This is just a basic breakdown, and I had Marcel and Tamara look over this. Help me with like coming up with the stuff for the flyers, just to make sure I had stuff, and Linus and a couple of other people, just so that we made sure we had everything hit, so that people outside of this app can get the information, because people want to know what this reparations is about. And it's the more popular the conversation gets and the closer we get to election season, the more people are going to talk about it. People need to know it's two different types of, or different levels to reparations, and what state atonement is and federal reparations. All of that stuff is important. So we're doing a push right now, and I've had so many people, big ups to the people who inboxed me. So I sent them out the PDFs. We got people out there going out and giving out flyers. I said, pass them out at your churches, your schools. If you at the club, pass them out on them, or put them on the cars and rep your set. Take pictures. Hashtag we coming for our check. And also, we included, just because people always ask for additional information, I come from an education space for reparations. So we have thousands of hours where people can learn and listen to conversations and listen to book readings. We did Dr. Darity all the way down to Deacons of Defense and so many other books. So they can actually listen and learn a lot. So this is a way. Like, how do you, somebody walking in, say, here you go, and here, these are the rules. This is how we rock. This is how we treat each other. So if you want, I can share that this flyer, because the goal is for everybody to keep reposting it, so that we can have that we coming for our check. Reparations now. Black Twitter news, we want that circulating. It was trending for the last 2 days. It keeps jumping in and out of trending. We need to overshadow it and just make our stance, sound off. So if you want, I can share it in your chat. And then anybody who needs copies of the flyer, I will email it to you. Just hit me up at info@missgiselle.com so that you guys can get it. This is just our first initiative. We got stuff popping off every single month of this year as we push forward and closer to our reparations claim, our inheritance. So I say all of that, and thank you for letting me speak.
And shout out to you. I'ma just hate real quick. No, don't put that in the Jumbotron, because I ain't part of it. So no, you can't put that in my Jumbotron. Hell no. I'm just playing. By all means, go ahead, sister. And y'all don't be out there doing all that. Man, I ain't gonna see how she came in here. She's gonna try to. Yeah, by all means, sister, put that up in the Jumbotron. And 16 days to MLK. We are coming for our check. We pushing the check line, family. So, however it got to come, man, bombard these people. It's like a snowball fight. So Miss Giselle got her pile of snowballs over there, so she throwing them. Throw them. Shit, we all throwing them at the same direction.
Exactly. And it ain't no gain. When I tell you this is not a me thing, like I don't care. You can X out that the study space and just give them the flyer and give them your own stuff. I don't care. Just get the information out there because first of all, it sparks the conversation when you walk up to them with the flyer, and then they're gonna ask you, where can I find more information? I didn't have a stable platform for other people. I'm like, who else? But we already have a book club. I'm like, they could just go to the book club and listen to what we already have. If it works for you, it don't. If not, you can always like listen to other stuff. But it is actually books that we can look into. Definitely like stuff like Black Labor, White Wealth. Like these books are so important, and our elders didn't do all of this work for us just to leave it there and recreate the will. So yeah, so that's what we do.
No, you did the right thing. I mean, you utilizing what is there at your fingertips. I ain't mad at that. That's what you're supposed to do. I mean, we gotta wait till to get the money for the big bill. Nah, you make it happen where it's happening. So shout out to you, sister. Before we get to my brother, Linus Crown, you got it real quick, sister. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, one of the things I wanted to say, and shout out to our sister, Miss Giselle. She does a tremendous amount of work, and she always takes initiative, and she's absolutely amazing. Along the lines of not doxing anybody, I'm just going to throw this out there. People may not like it, but we go into a lot of spaces, and the host and co-host may choose to record the space. Some spaces we go into are not recorded. A lot of times people are listening in browser mode, but they're doing so recording people's spaces and then publishing them in other spaces. So I would just put out there that one of the things we can do to prevent conflict, and create transparency is to stop doing that. Not everyone wants their content or their voice, especially if they're in the audience. They just coming up to share an idea or ask a question. They don't necessarily want that published on YouTube or in other places or passed around in back channels. So I think that if we want people to treat us the way we want to be treated, we should keep that in mind because not everyone wants that. I'll give an example. Y'all know I was on a major platform in New Black Media, which I still do have access to and I still collaborate with, by the way. It just looks differently now. I'm not in front of the camera. I went out, I was boots on the ground, live streaming something, and I did it for that platform. However, Breitbart ended up taking my video and my likeness and putting it on the front page of their website. Yeah, I'm out here doing work for the community, but I don't want to be on Breitbart's website, right? So I'm just giving a personal example of that. But as we are engaging in spaces, I think it's also kind of like, it's not necessarily doxing. It may be a little oppish to a degree by like just going and spying in spaces and like recording it, or sitting in spaces visibly and recording it and then publishing it onto your own platforms without the consent of the host and the co-host. So I think that that's something we could all consider. But I'm gonna tell y'all right now, when I start hosting my spaces, and I have hosted spaces, and I have relationships with people, so I can easily say, hey, please do not record this or publish it on platforms. But I think we get to be really mindful and extend the host and co-host the respect of at least asking and getting consent to do so. Thank y'all for allowing me to speak.
Thank you so much, my sister. And I absolutely agree. And I can't. The whole recording thing, that the whole idea
It's
just
COINTELPRO 2.5.0, if you ask me. People are creating whole discoveries, and it's not that what people say all the time they don't want out in the on larger platforms. It's just at least make them aware or ask them, because they may not necessarily want it on your platform. And then on top of that, people record clips and take them out of context and then try to weave a narrative about about a whole story that happened in the space, that may or may not be true, but the public only sees a snippet, or the people in back channels, or people on, different channels or whatever in China. I don't know where this stuff ends up, quite frankly, on the desk of somebody in the J. Edgar Hoover FBI office. I have no idea. But I think that if people want their spaces recorded, then get their permission. And then also, there's content creators, Brother Black Alpha, Sister Queen Alpha, Beatzilla, Afro Elite. They have their own platforms that they're trying to build up, and so monetizing off of people's content, I think is shady. I think taking clips and things out of context is definitely shady and oppish. And I also think that, like, we need to be supporting each other's platforms. And, we want to, people work hard to bring people in and research stories and stuff to share with the public on New Black Media. People work hard to curate conversations and interview folks on Twitter Space. So we want to make sure that we are, supporting people, following them back and all that stuff. But at least ask permission. Yeah.
I could not agree more. Black Alpha, did you want to chime in, brother?
Absolutely, most definitely. I agree 100% with what our sister Jay just said. There is a lot of that behavior out there. And quite frankly, it's just petty. It's petty, to be honest with you. And a lot of that petty energy is something that we leaving behind because, petty energy doesn't do anything for us. We're serious. It's a serious business. We're out here trying to make things happen. We're out here trying to grow. So give people their proper etiquette. All that low kind of underneath bottom feeding stuff, that's the type of energy that, we separate ourselves from. And I got to salute everybody in here because one of the things we do when we hold our spaces, and everybody in here that holds spaces or the ones who come into these spaces, I know a lot of y'all faces are very, very recognizable. And I see that we all practice being authentic, and we all practice being real and having unity and, dealing with each other and building with each other. We're in here talking business. We're in here talking about growth. And it takes a real serious person to do that because it's very easy to fall victim to what I call parasite Twitter. Parasite Twitter is out here left and right, and they're always trying to bring people down. So let's continue to work and let's continue to grind and do what we do. There's nothing wrong with building with your brothers and sisters. That's the best thing in the world. That's the way this lineage has gotten strong. That's how this lineage is going to get stronger. So continue to do it. And in terms of putting in the work, there's a lot of brothers and sisters that are in this space right now. I know for a fact that put in work that you'll never hear about because they're not out here gloating. They're not out here doing it for no type of, parade or celebration. They don't want no damn Goodyear blimp to put their name and fly it across the sky. They just out here putting in the work. And that is a very serious thing. So I salute everybody out here doing work. And one thing I'll tell everybody, continue to build with folks. If somebody comes into a space or you continuously, deal with the individual, you speak to them, you get good vibes from them, follow them. Let's take advantage of the technology that we have. See, we had the advantage of technology that our ancestors didn't have. Can you imagine if Martin Luther King, Huey Newton, the Black Panther Party, Malcolm X, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, can you imagine if they had the advantage of technology that we have today? Oh my God, it'd be something serious, but we have it. So let's take advantage of that. We have the opportunity to connect with each other. East Coast, West Coast, down South. We got this space right here. The hosts are on, Zilla, what we going at an angle, right? We going all the way from the Pacific North, all the way down to the Southeast. And we got everybody in between. So let's continue to build on that, and which we've been doing. I don't want to sit here and say things like what we need to do. No, we've been doing a lot of this, family. A lot of this stuff that I'm saying, we are already doing. I'm just saying, let's continue to do it. This isn't one of those, man, we got to start. We've already started, y'all. That's why we're seeing movement. We're seeing progress. We're seeing results. So let's continue to do what we're doing. Let's make 2023 just as strong, if not stronger than 2022. And once we start stacking these years up one by one, then we're going to be able to generate wealth. We're going to be able to generate that certified energy that the next generation can, lead off of, and we can pass the baton to them because that's what it's all about. So I send a certified salute to everybody out there doing the work, the ones that are known and the ones that are unknown, the folks who are doing it locally, the folks who are doing it nationally. But if you're coming with a pure heart, a pure mind, and you got that certified energy in you, you got to get that certified salute from me. So let's continue to do it, family. One love.
Big facts, brother. Afro Elite, you got it, brother.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to second what our sister Linus was talking about because I was talking about this on my program yesterday. There was I don't know if you guys remember, but like kind of early last year, there was a channel, I think called like Black Diaspora or something like that. And
B1 Brigade.
Thank you, B1 Brigade. Okay, so you guys remember, and they were taking a whole bunch of Twitter Spaces and putting them on their own YouTube channel, their entire Twitter Spaces, and everybody was all like, where is this coming? Like, who is this person? Because this person doesn't come up and speak. They didn't ask permission. They were taking my Twitter Spaces from pretty much any and everybody, and putting them on YouTube. So I went in the comments because I looked and see if there was like an email or a Twitter. I couldn't find a way to contact this individual. I went in the comments. I'm like, hey, no disrespect. I'm not like coming at you kind of like that, but I would like to talk to you. And they deleted my comment and then deleted all of the Twitter spaces that they had recorded. So I was like, okay, that's kind of weird and suspicious. And then they put them back up. And then I messaged them again. I'm all like, yeah, we need to talk. And then they deleted it for good. So as far as what she's saying, yeah, I know you guys might want to like take clips, or you guys want to make notes and stuff like that, and that's cool and fine. But we do have to show some respect to other people's likeness. We do have to show some respect to other people's content, because we didn't just wake up knowing this. It's a lot of studying. It's a lot of books we had to read. It's a lot of things that we had to do to get to this point. So when we dispense this information, if somebody else is going to profit off of that, they should have the decency to at least ask permission. Whoever that channel was, they didn't even ask permission. And a lot of what she said too about taking a 15-second clip of somebody and then posting that up, and you know for a fact that you did that out of context, and now people are arguing. That happened to me very recently, where somebody like, you shared this in a Twitter space and I can't believe you. And I'm like, well, if you listen to the whole minute instead of the whole 30 seconds, you would have learned this is why I said it and what I really said. And now you looking kind of stupid because you didn't do due diligence and look into what was actually really said before you got on a Twitter space and just reacted to what you thought was actually said. So I want to second both of her statements as far as getting permission before using somebody else's content and doing due diligence as far as listening to small clips that people might hear, or you might hear, I mean.
I absolutely have to agree with that, especially with the thing about clips and being taken out of context. Been there, done that. And again, it is always going to be the very big sign to me when a person, because if anything, like if anything ever concerned me, your biggest question should ever be to the person who's bringing anything to you: did you talk to him? Because if they say no, there's no excuse, and there should be no beef or conflict that you are aware of before I was even contacted by anybody that got my name in their mouth. Because that's how I operate. If I ever had a problem with anyone, they heard it, not the public. Now, if anybody hears anything outside of that, that's because they decided to make our private conversation public. And that type of shit. You know, I understand people will be in their own lanes. They just will not be in the lane that I'm in after doing something like that, because I don't rock with stuff like that. That's a one and done for me. But with that being said, I would hope that anybody would respect content creators enough to at least reach out to the content creator and say, hey, can I use your material? Because I mean, I've been hit up before. Now, there was one person that did use some of mine. They use it in a positive way. So I really didn't trip. However, again, not necessarily, asking if they could do so. While we're both content creators. I didn't trip because it was done in a cool manner. But even still with that, proper etiquette is just proper. We work hard on our content. We invest a lot of energy, research, and time into what we do. So that effort should always be respected. I mean, even if it's in a positive way, at least just hit somebody up. Hey, do you mind? Answer. Person gonna tell you, by all means, use a little clip. It's all good. But at a prime example, my partner that spoke at the very beginning of the space, Black Star, came up on one of my lives while me and my brothers was on my live, and he asked if he could use the clip that he was actually in. But it's still my broadcast. But even just going through proper etiquette, He asked if he could use that clip. Yeah, by all means, brother, go ahead. But see how that happened? This the proper order. It's no harm in showing the next person that respect, especially for the work that they put in. You understand what I'm saying? So always, I double down on both y'all, saying that please contact the content creator. Sister Lioness, you got it, sis.
Thank you. Just really quickly, another reason why I put that out there is some of us, and some people we collaborate with, the stakes are really high for them. So some people are being legit targeted for doing this work in movement spaces and advocating for our people, and they get kicked off social media all the time or other things. Like we already know our brother Reza, for example, was literally published on a White House disinformation list, right? So not that anything that was done or said on these platforms was illegal or wrong, but we know how Black media and Black voices in general are silenced. And so we really want to extend people the courtesy of even knowing that rooms are being recorded. And I'm just also bringing out this point to surface that could be another reason why some people just don't want their stuff published on platforms that they're not, comfortable with. So thank you all for at least being open to this topic. And I think that this will also lead to more constructive and vulnerable dialogues in Twitter spaces in general, and will help us trust each other a lot more, but then also to just sort of like be vulnerable and authentic when we do share. Thank you. Shout out to our brother Raheem Shabazz. We see our brother Marcel is in, and our brother Sage. Sage, you still single in 2023? Are you still the most eligible bachelor on this side of Black Twitter or in the movement? If so, ladies, Sage is single. He's definitely of the lineage. He works out a lot, and he's an MC, so y'all should support his music, and his DMs are open. With that, I'm going to say what's up to B1BJ and my sister Chris. Sage, I dare you to come up on the stage right now. I'll land
You
my
gotta
plane.
say something now. You gotta say something now, Sage. Come on.
Why you put him on the spot like that?
Nah, I've been told Sage we gonna play matchmaker. So yeah, DMs are open. It's Sage, but before y'all slide in his DMs, ladies, make sure you support his music and all that good stuff. So yeah.
In other words, pay how you weigh. Oh man. Oh boy, but that is too funny. See, yeah, she ain't gonna let you all. She ain't gonna let you live that down, brother. Say, so yeah, just you might as well come on here, go on here, come on up, brother. Sister, Mr. Zell, you got it.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, like you guys are literally the Zora Neale Hurstons of today. Like you guys are changing the game, and it is a dangerous field. People that's outside, that's a dangerous field. It's so important for us to be mindful of like the sacrifices that everybody is making. I'm sorry, I'm getting some deliveries. UPS, yep, yep. But it's so important for us to understand that everything that we have going on right now, if we were born for this. You too. Peace, love, and reparations, brother. Love my packages. Sorry. But yeah, we were born for this. And the biggest thing that's happening now is our people are waking up. And people are waking up in their own positions. So everybody doesn't wake up on the same page, or they're not on the same level with this reparations fight. I say we each other give each other grace, but also put your foot in the sand before you can talk about or condemn or talk about somebody else's platform. I say put your feet on in the sand and get to work before you can say anything about anybody else. I don't care if you're just passing out a flyer or you're reposting people's broadcasts, because that's a big thing. I know what you mean with the with what you guys are doing with these platforms. It's hard to come up with content. You be sitting there and it's dry. And Afro Elite, I heard him say in one space, he was like, sometimes you don't even have the energy, that creator's block. I'm a writer, so I know exactly what you're talking about. You be sitting there and don't want to do it, and you still have to do it. So I say big ups to everything that you guys are doing, because this will be talked about. What this movement is going to be talked about. We are the new civil rights movement. This is the era of reparations. This is the era of our inheritance. I like that one better. The era of our inheritance, reparations at the end of it. But that's how we have to carry it. And I just say, let's keep pushing forward. 2023 is going to be so important. All of the beefs, I don't like none of that. I don't get into it because we got too much work to do. And like I said before, it's bigger than us. It's bigger than how you feeling today. It's big. Sometimes you just gotta just bite your tongue and talk to the mute button. Sometimes you just have to. And I noticed one thing: people don't know how to disagree. It's okay. I disagree with people all the damn time. Just let it go. Keep it moving. They can't make or break you. So well, they can break you, because the more time we spend on the mess, we got Clyburn. We got the dude down in Atlanta. We got the Westmores that's jumping into place that we have to fight against. Not to mention the new law in Missouri that's now locking up our homeless. Who's the most homeless out here? Like, we have some major shit that's popping off stuff. I'm sorry. We have some major stuff popping off. And it's up to us to get ahead of that. We can't focus on what's happening in Missouri we could do online campaigns against that. Instead, we got 3 days of here's your mother's information. Let me call her, or let me call your father, or that's craziness. I think it's crazy for you to go at people who are actually doing stuff in the community and not do anything to people like a Clyburn, born, or whatever you call it, bastard. But anyway, I just say we have to go hard with it. And like this year on my life, I say I'm gonna be fighting till the wheels pop off. And that's how we have to do it. And I'll end with that.
Straight up. Thank you, sister. I always appreciate that. Black Alpha, did you want to chime in before we get to Sage?
Man, first off, let me say this space is amazing. I love these type of spaces right here. Y'all know the difference when y'all, maybe every now and then you fall into a drama space and that feeling you feel when you leave it, just that like this was petty, it's worthless energy. And then you know the difference when you leave one of these spaces. It's like night and day. You can't even compare them. One is up, one is down. This is the beauty of productive, positive energy. And y'all know when we start putting out that, positive energy, we radiate it, we permeate it, nothing can compare. It's unmatchable. So let's continue to do this. I want to say this in terms of everybody working together, though. This is what I love about the movement. We got everybody right here. We got everybody. You have people who are so skilled, professionals, very talented in a lot of different areas. You can look at the new black media. Everybody has their high points. Some people are great organizers. You got some people who are in self-defense. They can help you get your self-defense game up because we know, we need that. So you got people got it all covered. We got the political world. We got the social world. We got the academic world, everything all right here. So we don't really have to deviate too far from what we have right here in foundational Black America. So let's continue to do what we're doing on a strong level. You can look at the new black media. Take my brother Beatzilla. I was just watching Beatzilla the other day. His program is not like my brother Afro's. Afro's is not like Torian Reigns, Kid Gravity, me, myself. We all have different, energies. We all have different vibes. And that's the best part about it. See, hey, these helicopters are flying by me. Certified salute. See, they FBA, so they know what time it is, man. This is how we do. I don't give a damn. This is the energy that we putting out here, so they can fly by, swing by, whatever. It does not matter. Nothing can stop what we doing right now. As our sister Miss Giselle just said, this is the the reparations era, the certified era, the freedman era, whatever you want to call it. I don't give a damn what tag you put on it. Just make sure that it's going to be written in our writing, and that's the best part. So let's continue to do it. Let's continue to work hard together, and I promise you this: they will make documentaries about us, books about us. We going down in history. Matter of fact, we already have. The only difference is we just got to have a good ending. So let's end this the proper way. Let's end it the way we started it, with that real good Freedman energy, that real good Freedman vibe. And with that said, everything will be perfect. Now, Brother Sage, I got to talk to you, family, because your name just came up, family. So you got to respond, brother. You know what I'm saying? Because these Twitter, you want to talk about productive. Okay, now we matchmaking, brother. So go ahead and speak your piece, brother, and let the world know what time it is, family.
Eyes comes in peace. When master says that eyes can talk, then eyes gonna talk. And then when eyes talk, mama said don't bite the apple because the apple is evil and eyes don't bite it. I just wanted to learn today, but since Linus wanted to bully people, um, I'm just listen again. Like I said, the last day of the year, I want to thank Beatzilla, Brother Alpha. Shout out to Queen. I'm behaving, Queen. I'm behaving. Um, Afro. I want to thank Kid Gravity. I want to thank all of you guys for all the content that Torian Rain, all of you guys for all the content that you create. I know you call, others the big three, but again, I think that number should expand because what you guys do on a daily day basis, I know it's not easy, guys. I know I'm a creator also. I know sometimes you just feel out of it, sometimes you're not motivated, but you guys do it. You put together so much good content and it's family. You don't have to even watch TV anymore. How much content these brothers, including the Jason Blacks and the Tariqs, who are putting out, and the Professor Black Shoes are putting out daily, weekly. You don't even have to pay attention to any of the bullshit. You don't have to watch Black Ink, Love and Hip Hop, none of that anymore. You can strictly stay online and start learning. You can listen to Neely Fuller. You can listen to a lot of things that people such as myself and others up on this panel, definitely I know Linus has soaking for years. Okay, there's so much knowledge out here to be learned, but like my brother Alpha was talking about, make sure you credit the right people when you're spewing knowledge. Make sure you credit the right people that you got it from, and that's all is asked of. Don't steal anyone's intellectual property. I do want to say I heard something the other day, and I'm not going to get involved in things that don't really concern me, but I do want to speak specifically to and about Marcel. I've heard someone saying that Marcel failed. I want to make it loud and clear. Marcel did not fail at all. What Marcel's position, I believe, in life is to be a beacon of to start something. He's the ending of something and the beginning of something else. He in itself is is he's the spear that's gonna start people running for office. We never had a person like that before. He's the one that's gonna motivate us now to get to the next chapter. Marcel, I believe, will make it to Congress, but guess what? Even if he does not ultimately make it to Congress, Marcel did not fail because Marcel has inspired a legion of people coming after him. Now, again, I don't know what people's real issue is with him. I don't really indulge in that, and that's his beef to take care of. He's a grown man; he can take care of that himself. But I don't want him or anyone else that follows Marcel to feel like he's a failure. I don't think that Marcel has ever lost a debate, and I don't think he will ever lose a debate. When you speak on logic and when you speak on facts, you don't necessarily lose. So I do want to salute him. Without, like I said, without disrespecting or putting anyone down, I want to salute Marcel with the utmost because again, not only have you inspired me to just try to do more, you've inspired a legion of children that come after you that will know about you. Such is true for Black Alpha, Afro, Beatzilla, Kid Gravity. Kids will what you're putting out there is going to outlive all of you. I want y'all to understand that. And this is why you have to make serious, real content because you guys are only going to live for about 80 to 100 years. I'm sorry, guys. All right. You're not going to live forever. Okay. So when you do leave us, me too, when you do leave us, what you put out in the atmosphere is going to outlive you. Those videos are going to still be here and the work that you've done will always be. That ain't going anywhere. So again, I want to thank you for doing that. I want to thank even this. I know this is one of the first spaces that Certified Black Truth has held all year. So I want to thank Lioness too for trying to put me on the spot, but it's not gonna work. But I want to thank her for her energy. I always tell her that she reminds me of Dr. Francis Cress Wilson. I always tell her that in private. So I want to take the time and really just again admire these people that come in front of you because it takes strength to get up here and speak. It takes strength to get people together and try to build a coalition with them. It takes strength to do the work that we do that you're not really getting paid much for. This is not, this is not, you'll be a millionaire overnight work. It's not that. And again, this is one of the most selfless acts of Black society, because we're not, we don't just do it for ourselves. We do it so that our future generations can have something. So that's what this is about. Shout out to my sister Giselle. She said something real talk. I don't know the exact verbiage you use, but I think it was like the era of tangibles, something like that. But
The era of our inheritance.
there you go, the era of our inheritance, and I think that couldn't be more truer. I think you should definitely do a space on that, Black Alpha and BZL. But yeah, I think that it's definitely time for us to get that check, for us to get that check cut, and for us to get that check cut correctly. And thank you so much. And with that, I'm gonna land. Leave me alone, Linus.
Oh no, you're not done yet,
Oh
sir.
Jesus! Oh
You
my
not.
God!
Oh, I know I'm not the co-host. May I have permission to speak?
No,
But Sage, you're
no,
not done.
no, 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 no.
I can't with y'all. I'm gonna tell you that right now. Hey, we were like one big family. I can't with y'all. I can't. Not at all. Hey, let me say this real quick, because Sage touched on something I was about to touch on. I want to talk about my brother Marcel. Let me say this real quick, real loud for everybody to hear. We got to hold each other down and support each other. When somebody is foul and they coming at one of our brothers and sisters, we got to represent our brother and sister to the fullest. Brother Marcel, I can speak for me, and I'm sure I speak for everybody in this space. We love you, brother, and you put out there some real energy, and you take a lot of sacrifices, and you've been doing it strong, brother. And y'all notice that when we're in these spaces right here, it's a lot of familiar faces, and we putting out that good energy. And some of the haters, these are the people with 5 followers that don't nobody know who they are, and they don't have a lot of people. You couldn't fill up a pizzeria with their followers. You understand? So you see who's really serious and who's really about that life. So nobody's going to come into our space and speak on our foundational Black American brother or sister. I don't care who you are, without us representing. I got a brother, got one brother, okay? And I can say whatever I say with my brother. Me and my brother can go at it for days. You better not say nothing about my brother. And that's how I approach every single person in this room, okay? I don't care if we have a disagreement. I don't care if, we on a space and it gets heavy or whatever. I love y'all. And nobody's going to disrespect you in my presence at all. And I'm going to make sure that everybody knows that. And we all got to carry that with us, okay? So I don't care if it's somebody in here and somebody's talking crazy about them. Hey, let them know. Hey, we ain't doing that. We'll pull them to the side, DM them or whatever, and say, listen, you ain't going that far. You took it a little too far. I told Tariq Nasheed one day when I had called into a space, I said, it's okay to have a disagreement. The problem is when you have a disconnection. We can disagree amongst each other, but these people who have these disconnections and they take it far and they get petty and they put out all that negative energy, we got to remove them. And we remove them by staying true to each other. We remain loyal to the soil, and we stand next to each other all day, 24/7, 365, okay? So, Brother Marcel, we salute you. I'm going to ride for you 24/7. I'm sure I speak for everybody in here as well, and we are all in this together. If my brother succeeds, if my sister succeeds, I succeed. I want everybody in here to have good wealth and good health. I want you to go further than me. All right. There's no jealousy in this family tree. This family tree stays strong. All right. We have no jealousy amongst each other. I want everybody to do well. If you do better than me, that's a damn good thing. I'm going to go to sleep, with a big ass smile on my face, an FBA smile. So make sure that we hold each other down. We represent each other and we defend each other. That's the best part about it. So I'm going to send this certified salute to everybody in the room. And I'm going to let you know that if anybody comes at you sideways or wrong and they do that in my presence, I'm going to let them know about it. And I'm going to put them to the side and let them know that behavior will not be tolerated, because we didn't get this far by bickering and feuding and fighting. We got this far by loving each other. So salute to everybody in here, always.
Big facts, big facts. And also salute to my brother Dwan B. I saw you in here. And also I see, of course, Marcel. And I was actually able to hit both of their spaces yesterday. I ended up co-hosting brother Marcel's space last night. And that was one of them that, family, when the conversation, and it happens often here, once the conversation gets rolling, you just never know where we gonna end up. Brother Marcel, I don't know if you went back and checked your numbers from yesterday, but that space is like up to 4,000 listens right now. So yeah, but when the that's the strength of the foundational Black American Freedmen conversation in itself. And when we start building, especially on this this wave of camaraderie and in-house, love for one another, it's unmatched. And when we put that type of energy forth out in the world, man, I think a lot of people are envious just how we getting along right here on how these conversations. I believe people are envious, especially mother folk. They are envious when we have moments like, damn, I wish we could get along like that. I mean, because, you know, we exceptional people, and our exceptionality transcends different levels. And one levels that we have is just being together on a unified front and just it look classy, walking, stylish, and trendy. And who's with us? I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Who is fooling with us? All of this black excellence off of being here in this space, man. Who's messing with this? Come on. Come on.
Hey, Brother Zilla. Hey, can you hear me, family?
Yes, sir. You got it, brother. Go ahead.
Hey, did me and you not have a personal conversation this weekend over the phone about keeping the message on track, about holding each other down, about defending our brothers and sisters? Brother Afro, we had the same conversation. We take a lot of this offline. We don't have to create a Twitter space and say, hey, meet me at 12 on the Twitter space so we can discuss this for the world. I think our brother Afro was saying earlier how when you see, the dominant society, they don't fight and fuss, and put it on public display. So we had a real conversation. My brother Zilla, my brother Afro, we sat down, we discussed about keeping the message on track, about defending one another, about some unwarranted behavior from other people and how we can get rid of that and we can stay focused. So sometimes you got to DM somebody, send them that phone number. Brother Sage, I sent you a New Year's message, man, early New Year's Day. You feel me? So this is what we do, man. We take it outside of Twitter. We take this outside of the internet and we have personal conversations where we can convey things and we can articulate ourselves where maybe a text message wouldn't really get that across. But we have these conversations and every now and then you just got to clean house and realign yourself and just stay focused and call your brother or your sister up and say, hey, a lot of us are influential. So a lot of people, they look to us. You feel me? So we got to sometimes get up and say, brother, let's stay focused on this. Let's focus on this issue. I see the negative people trying to come. They're trying to confiscate and hijack and sabotage what we're doing. Let's go ahead and, get them out the paint and let's stay focused on it. So I called up both my brothers, hit up Sage, and this is why we're having this space right now. Matter of fact, Beatzilla told me that we're going to have this space. We're going to stay focused. We're going to keep it good. There was a space this weekend our sister Lioness was involved in. It was about, approaches and being real and taking accountability. That's what we need. And nobody's going to do it for us better than us. So I salute everybody who's a part of it. Let's continue to do what we are doing because we're doing it the right way. Only thing we got to do is stay foundational Black American and exceptional, and we're doing a damn good job at it.
Big facts. Big facts.
Brother, do you mind if I add something to that?
No, go ahead.
I'm gonna make it a little funny though.
Go ahead, brother.
Because I was bullied on my way to come up here. Let's talk about that blue dress, Lioness. Let's talk about that blue dress. Let's not.
First of all, it's getting donated to the Hidden History Museum. First of all, can we change the subject? Let's get back to
Did she not have
how many
blue
people?
dress?
How many women slid in your DMs since you've been on the
Did she not
stage? Can
have
we talk
blue
about
dress trending on right after that rally? Did she not have that? I want to see that blue vest. Blue vest. Wow, that blue dress. Okay, I want to see that blue dress. Okay, so we need to talk about that. If we're going to talk about anything that's important, we need to talk about that blue dress. Okay, so anytime she try to call me out, I'm gonna just bring up hashtag blue dress. Okay, I'm gonna just bring that
So if you want to see Sage in action, you can definitely go over to the business. He did a full interview.
Oh Jesus.
And ladies, he is single. He wants to. Didn't you say you want to have like 12 or 15 kids? But he's looking for a wife. So yeah, y'all can go ahead and hit Sage up. Make sure you support his outlet though.
Listen, fellas, if you don't know, all right, go look at the Rally for Reparations video, and you can see the blue dress that the world was speaking about, especially the world of DC. Definitely, it was trending, and we want to know what happened to that blue dress. You know how they looking for like what's that dude, that mafia dude, Brother Beats. What's that mafia dude, that Jimmy Hoffa, the one they can't find?
Hoffa.
Yeah, I need to find that
All
blue
right, I'm
dress.
done.
Like I need to find Jimmy Hoffa. Okay, we need to find that blue dress. Where's the blue dress, Lioness?
It's gonna be in the Hidden History Museum. I told you. Have a nice day, my brother. Check your DMs. Shout out to all the single folks of our lineage, that's trying to meet up, and we support Black love in 2023. I'm about to be a matchmaker in this piece. Shout out to y'all.
Oh my goodness. See, we have fun around here, family. And This is why we're so envied. We could go from the serious to the comedy in one fell swoop, and everybody don't miss a beat. Oh, that's why we love us. Like we say, I love me some us. So yeah, yes indeed. That the blue dress was trending though. That was funny. Like, yo, that's a reality. It did happen.
Percy Earl was about to get slapped, so I had to get rid of it. Percy Earl.
Go just put a little change on that light bill, says I. Now, what y'all got a little bit of that information on Sister Jade there? That line is crown boy. She sure was speaking a good word up there. I mean, I would like to further confer and consort with the good sister there. The blue dress. Well, she's just a powerful sister. And what kind of information do you have on the sister? Is there a kind of inbox or a PO box I can get a hold of the sister? I just want to shoot the sister a little something.
I'm reporting this space, by the way, just so y'all clear. I will be reporting spaces in 2023. This space is going to be the first space that's reported of the year. But anyway, y'all, shout out. This is another thing. I don't know if y'all were here that time that dude came up, and I ended up co-hosting. It's we can be serious, we can have humor, and then we can also get people about the paint. And I think it's some folks on the stage I might have to get about the paint this year. But it's all good.
You did. Oh my Lord, that Mr. Oh yeah, I ain't even gonna go there. Yeah. Oh yeah. If y'all come up on this stage, just trust that your timeline will get searched. So if there's any suspect business going on in that timeline before you open your mouth, especially about to start disparaging sisters, please make sure there is no naked white women on your thread. Concerned black citizen, you gotta go ahead. You can unmute yourself.
Hey everybody, happy new year. I wanted to add to the positive energy for the start of the new year, and I wanted to kick off the second year of our campaign. It's called hashtag OFA51. If you look in the Jumbotron, these are just two examples of the flyers. So we kicked this off last year in January. And as a result, we have organizers in 22 states that are essentially working to implement an Office of Freedmen Affairs, whether it's at their local municipal level, county is preferred, state is the goal. Think of the Office of Freedmen Affairs, which is directly related to House Resolution 51 in 1866 that established this office and actually gives the framework, the logistics of how it works. And this is the type of legislation or initiatives that we want to continue to push because this addresses the 20-to-1 lineage wealth gap specifically. If we think about the elements of the wealth gap, obviously employment is one of them. And if we look at our state and local governments and how they're allocating the tax dollars that we put in, and do we get our share in the form of government contracts? And unfortunately, the answer is no. And for those of us who read the back of the hiring line, that's what the Office of Freedmen Affairs addresses. It removes all excuses. It protects us under a legal status and not race, and says, hey, at minimum, every 10 cents, the 10 cents on every dollar should be funneled through this office. And if you look at the flyers, you'll see, the function of the Office of Freedmen Affairs. So let's think about infrastructure and basically having the landing pad. How do we get to federal reparations? The Office of Freedmen Affairs is where you go get your paperwork done. You don't pay that subscription fee for Ancestry. You go to the Office of Freedmen Affairs if you need an apartment, you want to register your business, you want to take care of make a complaint. I'm saying that all DHS money, all money that is purportedly to be expended on us and is not, because we can pull up any disparity study on education, health services distribution, obviously employment. All of those things have disparity studies that have been done, proof of the economic genocide being exacted against us, and we need to weaponize that in 2023. We're going to be enforcing our rights, pushing policy as in the form of a complaint, as a form of restitution. So it's just a little twist, but we'll be talking more about this. I just wanted to put that out there and let people know that this is the type of action that you can, build your own power base, because this could work at a city level, it could work at a county level, it could work at a state level. And so it gets you plugged into your local government. Um, it's an easy way to talk to the people in your area, to find out what they need. And then you reveal that the Office of Freedmen Affairs is a response, is a solution to all of their problems. Because we want a one-stop shop. We want to go back to that framework. But check it out and look out for the announcements. And the other initiative we're going to be talking about is Black Family Reunion 2023. So we'll be talking more about that. But again, Happy New Year, everybody.
Thank you, and Happy New Year to yourself as well. You and yours. May y'all have a safe, prosperous New Year. Avoiding the devils out here, because there's many that want to try to get in our mix and sabotage our claims, sabotage our movement, and sabotage our justice. Most importantly, like y'all seen the little Latino girl, the white Hispanic chick out of California, who is complaining about reparations. Oh, and our tax dollars, my tax dollars are going to reparations. Wait. Black folks fought for you to be here. And then she's tried to do the whole indigenous tie-in too. So it's like, no, what you need to just accept is that you're anti-Black and you wanted to be with the dominant society. And if you're looking at us getting reparations, you now become the target of the dominant society's aggression. And that's what everybody looks at us as the buffer class before they get their ass whooped. So, hey, Black people, come help us. Come fight for us. Stop your own agenda. Don't look for yourselves. You guys are so selfish. You see, what you need to do is lay down on the dirt and let us walk all over your backs to success, because that is the American way. And that is how they look at us, as being the doormats and the mules for success. So you'll use our plight. That is the most grimy stance ever. To say, I'm going to walk in somebody's house that laid the foundation for me, and then I'm going to start treating them as if they don't have no hands in building it. That is the ultimately, that's the religion of white supremacy. And if y'all can't tell, that is the religion of Satan. So, I mean, we're just going to keep it simple. And so when we get these people over here that might not be very clear on what they are trying to get next to, you can enlighten them and just let them know. Look at what you're trying to do. And you're playing us for them. Like we see now, FBA is a hate group. FBA is a hate group. Okay, where's the hate? Why don't you like us? That's not hate group. Well, FBA, okay. Let me just point something out to you, family. FBA is a hate group, is a crusade. ADOS, crusade. Secure the Tribe. All of these groups on this list and petition for a hate group. You know who's not there? Oath Keepers. No, Oath Keepers. Proud Boys. No. Patriot Prayer. No. Neo-Nazis. No. Skinheads. No. The Klan. No. Breitbart people. No. 4chan people. No. All this smoke for people who supposedly have the same kind of skin because we're all from Africa. But yet and still, oh yes, Kid Gravity, Patriot Front. Thank you, brother. And Patriot Front. All these groups, who by the way are not getting RICO charges for any kind of they're getting individual sedition charges, but no conspiracy when you have all the pictures of them conspiring to actually overthrow the United States government. But hey, shout out to Young Thug. This is the environment we live in. You got people coming around us talking like this doesn't happen. Then there's other people, unfortunately, that have nothing better to do than to nitpick everything and pocket watch someone else. While we have people that are looking at us, hey, family, FBA is a hate group, Security Tribe is a hate group, ADOS is a hate group, every black person on Twitter is a hate group. Guess what that means? You know those RICO charges Young Thug is getting? Coming your way soon, idiot. Never throw anyone under the bus and think you ain't in the same car. If your ass is black, every disparaging thing you put on any other black person also applies to you. I don't give a damn of what your handlers at them agencies told you. Yeah, that still applies to you. Here's one thing that you guys might not know about the Holocaust. They had a whole bunch of collaborators with them too. Guess what happened though? Once they were able to get the discontent, the malcontents under subjection, they went and rounded up all collaborators and they got sent straight into concentration camps just like everyone else. So there is no, oh, I'll just get a chance to sit on the sidelines and they just gonna get them niggas. No, 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 no. You put yourself in a situation to betray your own, you only end up betraying yourself. So if we are a hate group, that also means you. Lie to yourself if you want to, but you don't have to worry about how you perceive it. You only have to concern yourself with how the dominant society who is completely anti-black sees it. So if we're a hate group, you are too to them because we're one big Negro. If you fooled yourself outside of that understanding, you are a detriment to the entire group now because you have fell into the pitfalls of being off code. Eastside, is this on you, brother?
Oh man, peace to the family and happy New Year's to everybody for what it's worth. Man, you said a mouthful right there, Jack. Yeah, that made me think about Jennifer Lopez when they was talking about doing something specifically for black women. The first thing she did was, that's fine and they need that too, but how come you can't include the Latina women? Like Tariq said, they throw that accent out there real thick. You know, they always want to Latin it up when they come down to, being all inclusive, this whole kumbaya thing. But if you notice how many black people you see at the Latin awards, you don't see many, if any at all. And as far as your point is for these entertainers, these other entertainers, look at what happened with A$AP Rocky when he got caught up in Sweden. What did he do? He reached out to us. He was reaching out to us so we can to help him get out of that jam. But when we was talking about it, when we was talking about our, us getting justice and what he thought about what was going on with us, what did he say? Who is he? Al Sharpton? He was like, who am I, Al Sharpton? I'm out here in Soho. I'm out here in Beverly Hills. You know what I'm saying? And all this other stuff. Well, let's see how them Beverly Hills was treating you out there in Sweden. Don't you have that same energy out there? Well, why didn't he? It took the orange man to go get him out because we sure as hell wasn't going to do it. If you don't, Professor Truth said, if you don't fight for your advocates, you won't have any. And that's the same thing with us. If you don't fight for our people, you won't have us around to help you. I'll land there.
Shout out to you as always, Eastsiders. And absolutely. And speaking of advocates, family, I just want you to always, first off, go to Marcel Dixon's campaign donation page and donate to that brother's campaign, because he's here. We in the paint and he ain't going nowhere. Second of all, go get my brother Sage. Go to Sage and follow Brother Sage's Twitter. Stay abreast of his musical output. Go get his music right now. And you can go pick that up on iTunes or Spotify or Google Music and the respective paying download locations that you can find copywritten music on. So go support that brother the right way. And then, of course, go to YouTube and follow my brother Black Alpha Network, who, of course, has an Alpha Cast coming in about an hour and a half. And then after that, you subscribe to him, go over to my channel, beatzillapdx Official, and subscribe to myself. After that, go hit up my brother Afro Elite and also Kid Gravity Beyond and Torian Reloaded. And as you know, this is how we do here. And then, of course, the line is crowned. You know, if you guys go ahead, bully her and they're making more videos, y'all need to go subscribe to Mr. Linus Crown's YouTube channel as well. Because as she see her subscribers list, you to get y'all some content. You know, so yay, man. It's the voice of the people. So go bombard her channel and let her know that y'all want to hear from her. Because you know, y'all hear her right here. Like, Linus Crown, she does have a channel. I'm just saying. But you know.
It'll be activated this year. I took a break during the second, third, and fourth quarter of 2022 because I was traveling a lot and doing a lot of work. But yeah, I'll be back. Y'all can go over Linus Crowned on YouTube and other platforms. And you might see me on some other networks, some new networks, and some other networks that have been out there for a while. You might see me back on some networks that you saw me on before. It's gonna be a lot of stuff, a lot of things this year, and I definitely want to highlight the work that we are doing in the community as well. So I'll be reaching out to folks for interviews. Peace.
Already. So shout out, of course, our sister Linus Crown. If you guys are getting new to this scene of content creator, she is she's no newbie. So she is one of our veteran content creators amongst us. And so always appreciation to my sister right here, Sister Linus Crown. With that being said, brother Black Alpha, we've been having these conversations here, and you know, we have the conversations on and offline. Me, you, Afro Elite. I mean, I'm just thinking of some of the conversations we have before we even go live. You know, and so with that being said, what has been the difference, I guess, in this last, let's say, year? Well, of course, in 2022, but even before that, and just to now, just looking at how the environment of I guess now I can kind of classify the on code environment. How has this been? Because I know this is nothing but a blessing for me. How has this been for you, bro? Just like all of these different voices, like there's so many spaces sometimes I can go in and I don't have to. I hope y'all don't take it personally. I don't come on stage because y'all got it. Y'all cooking like a mug. So I'm just able to sit in and just enjoy listening y'all build and I love it. So, I mean, how's that been for you, bro?
Man, family, it's been a wonderful ride. Wonderful. I've really only been doing this heavy, you know, for about 2 years now. 2 years, brother. But I'm telling you, it's something special. Something special. Every time, you know, listen, I live and I breathe Black empowerment. Every day. When I wake up, it's Black empowerment. When I go to bed, it's Black empowerment. Anybody who knows me, we talking Black empowerment all day long. 9 times out of 10, if it ain't about Black empowerment, some way, shape, or form, I'm gonna get disinterested. All right. So when it's Monday, I'm tapping in with my brother Afro Elite. You feel me? I'm sitting there chilling, relaxing. Zilla on Wednesdays and Fridays, I'm tapping in with you. I got my pit bull swagger. He's right here next to me right now, and I'm tapping in with you. Tony Reigns, Kid Grabbing, I'm tapping in. Brother Tariq, tapping in. If I see Tariq's got a space, I'm tapping in. I'm there in 5 minutes. You feel me? That's what it's all about. And it's great because we didn't have this back in the day. Back in the old days, anybody who knows, if you didn't have 1 or 2, you know, conscious friends, you may not have had anybody. It was hard pressed to find people who were like-minded. Now you see people all across the nation who are on that same time. And now that we got technology, you can tap in with them. And it doesn't have to just be content creators. It could be somebody, their timeline on Twitter. Because I see some things on Twitter, the timeline just from regular folks where it's heavy. So when I say the black grassroots, I'm not just talking about people with YouTube channels. I'm talking about anybody who's really out there putting it down. That is the black grassroots. So man, family, it's been amazing. But at the end of the day, I'm not surprised because I always knew that our people had, what we're doing now, we had it in us, and what we're going to be doing in the future, we got right now today. So it's an amazing thing, family. All I say is the momentum and let's keep it going. I'm glad though, brother, you brought up some of those little tethers though, and those little fleers that we was talking about. Matter of fact, our brother Marcel had a great space last night. You co-hosted as well with him, family, and y'all was breaking it down and y'all mentioned a whole lot of things. By the way, Marcel, we got to get that Fleedman's Bureau going, brother. We got to go and get that Fleers Bureau. We got to get that popping off. But he broke it down, and you guys broke it down about a lot of ways these people are trying to infiltrate the community and a lot of things that people are trying to do. Have you noticed, fam, that the more these folks get off code, the more we get on code? See, back in the old days, folks would get, infiltrated. They would have a lot of opposition and it would kind of like weaken them. Now I'm noticing that every time somebody comes at us sideways, we actually get stronger. We're building off of that. There's nothing better. There's nothing that brings you closer together than when you and your brother, you and your sister, you and your family, you and your cousins go whoop somebody's ass together. All right, go whoop somebody's ass together, and I'm telling you, it's gonna be the best unity you've ever had. If you with your brother and your sister, and y'all stomp out somebody else, brother and sister, y'all gonna go home and have a great time. A lot of times, these outside forces, these outside elements, they bring us closer to each other. And that's what I'm liking right now. That divide and conquer that they used to always pull, divide and conquer used to actually, divide us in a lot of times. The elders, the man, the woman, that gender stuff ain't popping off right now, not in our circle. They try to put out some gender stuff every single day. That slander, that smear campaign. And when it gets to our circle, it does not fly. Look, this is brothers and sisters in this space right now. We talking like brothers and sisters. It's not just hyperbolic. It's not just a term. We literally treat each other like brothers and sisters. And that's what it's all about because we are staying true to ourselves and identifying. So all these naysayers that come after us, all they're doing is making us stronger. They're making us more on code. They're making us stand next to each other, and they're making us grow as a community. And that's their worst nightmare, but we're going to keep on giving them. But I got to say this, family, since we're talking about, fleers and tethers and all that, I was real positive in this space because I'm amongst my brothers and sisters, you feel me? But I'm going to get a little more Black Alpha Network tonight, so I'm going to need y'all all to go over to YouTube and check out my show at 8 o'clock, and it's going to be Freedmen versus Fleers, and I'm going to give a little more aggressive energy. And my brothers and sisters, it's not going to be about us and unity. That's right now. On that side of the thing, I'm going to be bringing that heat. I'm going to go a little more DMX Tupac on them tonight. So y'all make sure whatever you do, you tap in, and we're going to break down the difference between Freedmen and Fleers. We're going to talk about some of these people trying to infiltrate. It's not going to be nice and pretty. It's going to be real and to the point, but we're going to make sure everybody knows that no matter what you throw at us, we are going to grow stronger. We're going to build faster, and we're going to stay on code. So we appreciate all the hatred. All that does is make us shine even brighter. Back to you, family.
Yes, indeed, man. And honorable mention, man. Shout out to my sister Marley K as well. I see she's starting to get back on her video output. And I appreciate every content creator that looks at the landscape of things and understands, like, you know what? I just need to take a step back for a while. I absolutely understand it, and I can appreciate when you need to take a break because, burnout is real. And hey, man, every now and then you might just need to shut it down. And that's perfectly okay. Because I understand it, because I've been one of those to always be doing the same thing for a long time. And so, but you do have to understand how to kind of pace yourself in everything you do. So I know a lot of folks kind of get into new movements and they believe like you're going to get to the end of the road, the end of the yellow brick road in 1 year. Yeah. Welcome to year one. If that's the case. You just begun. You haven't even started really walking yet. So, and that's no slight to anything that any place of anybody's position. But what I'm saying is, please lose the sprinter's mentality. This is a marathon, and the marathon continues. Do you understand what that means? The marathon continues. Do you know how long that means you're moving? So this is a dedication of heart. Your passion's got to be in this thing, and you got to be all 2 feet in, all two hands in on the plow at all times, because this is simply what it is. And you got to recognize where you fit your strong suits. And in this particular movement of empowerment, anytime you get a chance to even just get away, take that upon yourself, and take that moment to recharge, because hey, we ain't the easiest folks to deal with. And you know, as we just in with dealing with each other, we ain't the easiest to deal with. So dealing with this on top of the agonies out here of life, yeah, just be mindful of your own sanity and space. Um, so yeah, that's just like my little tasty tidbit of advice. Sister Miriam, I see you got your hand up. Go ahead, sister, you got it.
Indeed, brother. Just to touch bases with that in which you've already spoken on, you definitely have to protect your own mind, your own sanity, if you will. So if you need to take a moment or longer for your mental health, your physical health, your spiritual health, by all means do so. And we wish you nothing but peace and love to that it applies to those who it applies to. And there's nothing wrong with that, because for a long time, our lineage have been the workhorse. Our shoulders always been at the on the at the grind, and it's always forward, forward, go, 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 go. So they keep you in a state of survival, so that you can't focus and you can't plan ahead. And so this is a new era. Um, this is a new ushering of consciousness, of will, of might, of heart, of courage, of strength, of perseverance, of consciousness, of leadership, because we all are the leader and the code lead us all. I don't like to refer to our lineage or what we're doing as a movement or a form or a group, because it's not that, it's a lineage, a God given lineage. And we're roaring into every step that we make from here on, because we are all kings and queens, and we should see ourselves and move as such, meaning you are not only making moves for yourself, but for your families and then your communities and friends and others that you support. And sometimes a crown can get a little crooked, so no one's above being checked or constructive criticism. And we're going to do it with love and respect, and of course, with maturity, to be able to handle that and to receive that when it's being spoken to us and take it as a word or a form of healing. Instead of just looking at it, oh, you hating on me. No, we're not each other enemies. We're locking arms in unison so that we can be a shield against those who choose to come in and want to penetrate and be a rouser and a disruptor. So we will not carry that type of energy towards one another. Um, so I just wanted to breathe positivity into moving and ushering forth in this new energy, this new being of self and reliance and accountability and culpability and alliance. And I'll yield the floor. Thank you.
Mm, mm. Right on time, Sister Miriam. Thank you as always. And you know, here's another thing too. I'm for Sister Miriam too, because I often see you all I see you in our chats as well. Um, the support, the support that y'all be showing. I mean, so y'all come from this, y'all in the chats, and then also, I get a chance to see different things that y'all are engaged in on Twitter because of Twitter's algorithm. And yo, y'all be going to work, man. We in a whole different era, man. and I can't speak highly enough for y'all, because people out here get network left and right. The Congressional Black Caucus don't get no days off. Because y'all be giving them every last bit of the smoke. Kamala Harris want to try to make a tweet. Y'all already Johnny on the spot on top. The first few comments I could go look at will be y'all. So, I mean, there is nobody else making this type of impression felt around the planet, because literally I can go into these threads and the first people I see is y'all giving them that business, giving them that work. And then, you know, there's the other people like, oh, let me figure out some kind of reason to be mad at Marcel. And that at this point, that should start becoming old to y'all. That should be an old playbook. Y'all ain't figured this one out yet? Damn, y'all slow. Well, whatever. You know, see y'all in 2024 when y'all still sitting up here crying the blues. Well, you know, I mean, because this time around, we Marcel lost. Look at the way he lost in what, 4 months? Okay, how's this going to work out 2 years with this type of momentum now? If they're worried, and they was already throwing around his name about how you feel about him walking around the halls in D.C., what you think that's about? Because he's a failure? No. He's historical. Ouch. But see, here's the thing. Stop looking at a person that's in your lane real time and just want to look down on him because he doing something you not. No, that brother had to put his neck on the line. So like I said, I will always give this brother the credit for doing that. And even for those of us who could be behind the scenes and help him do whatever he could do, he is still the one whose face, name, and neck is out there every day, hollering for our justice, checking folks on camera for our justice. How dare y'all actually? I don't even understand why it ain't never the time. Yeah, no. I'm just newly getting aware to some of the conflicts that was being said out here about our brother. And I don't condone none of that shit. So I'll just put that out there right off the rip. I don't condone none of that. You know, all of this talking about this and going all the personal, I don't condone none of that. So, you know, hey man, you was rocking with this person. I'm gonna tell you right now, I don't condone none of it. I'm no yes man for nobody. So if you're doing something that's off, way off like that, hell no, I don't condone that. And at the end of the day, he one of ours. You better be off up in this household talking on this man. If you not, as far as I'm concerned, you already know what time it is. Shut your ass up. How the hell this man off up in family? I look at it like this. Marcel is like a cousin. How am I going to let somebody talk about my cousin that ain't in my damn family? And I'm going to sit up here and start, oh man, I'm your friend, I'm your homie. Nigga, this is my cousin. I'm not ever finna throw him under the bus for no outsider. What the hell wrong with you and who raised y'all niggas? But, you know, that's a song for another day. But I just got to say, salute out to you. I see you, Raheem. I see you, brother. And so, yeah, y'all go follow that brother. He was also another speaker at our rally for reparations. Raheem Shabazz right there in the room. Shout out to that brother. And again, shout out to all of y'all, man, because without y'all, this don't happen. Without all of this energy, y'all got the world shook. It ain't just the people behind the mic. It ain't just the people with platforms. It's you too. The fact that you saying, hey, we agree with this message, that's enough to shake the world. And y'all, not me, not Black Alpha, y'all, all of us, we got the world shook. Let's stay focused, going forward, foot on the floor, because it is all about us and we are the history makers. So with that being said, we're going to get ready to do our last round of closing moments. And I want to pass this around and I'll go ahead. Once it gets back to me, I'll let my brother Black Alpha close us out today. but I want to go ahead and give all of y'all a moment to give your parting words as always, because this space again has been absolutely fire. And man, let's go ahead and melt down the bill. Let's burn down Babylon, closing them out. Y'all got it. Sister Linus Crown, it's on you.
Peace. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Awesome. Thank you. I want to thank you all for the space. I want to thank you, Brother Beatzilla, Brother Black Alpha, Queen Alpha drop back down, and everyone else who came up. Thank you, Brother Marcel, for all your courage and your tenacity as you advocate for us in political spaces that does not go unnoticed, and it is and will be rewarded. Um, yeah, I just want to thank y'all for listening to what I had to offer, my takeaways from 2022, the path forward, definitely shifting the manner in which I talk about this work, this justice work, this reparative justice work that we're doing. In addition to really setting some boundaries and advocating for us to, stop the gossiping, sharing unfavorable information and content, and really supporting those who are doing the work, finding the grace to agree to disagree with people so things don't spin out of control. We can really trudge forward in 2023. So again, y'all need to pull up to Black Alpha's YouTube that's coming up. I will be there. And shout out to the family. Peace.
Shout out to you, sister, as always. Thank you for everything that you do. Always appreciate you, my sister. Brother Afro Elite, go ahead. You got it, brother.
You can hear me, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to thank you for the space. I want to thank Black Alpha for the space. I feel like this is a good way to start the year off. This is a good space to kind of start the year off, starting off with this off with purpose. So that's really good. Thank everybody. I could name all of the speakers, but I don't, want to take up too much time naming everybody, but thank everybody else in here who spoke and everybody who's listened. Also, this is a good year and a good way to show your support. As our sister Linus said, there's a lot of people out here, and I'm not referring to myself, but there's a lot of people out here who are working hard, who are making sacrifices, and it's very difficult for one person to do it. But when everybody participates, when everybody shows their support, even if it's not by much, everybody just likes or retweets or shows your support and hit somebody's DMs like, hey, I see you, sister. I see you, brother. You're doing a good work. You're doing a good job. So keep going. That means a lot. And a lot of that from the people, it goes a long way. So this can be a very progressive year. And I feel like this space was a good space. Also, too, I got a small video coming up in like a few minutes, so you guys can definitely go check that out. And then by the time you guys are finished with that, you guys will be ready for the main event of this evening, which would be Black Alpha's channel. So you guys definitely check that out. Shout out to Black Alpha, because Tuesdays is like the main event for the Black Alpha cast. So don't want to miss out on that. Go to his page, go to Beatzilla's page. Y'all subscribe to them. And thank you for letting me get a chance to speak.
Salute to you, my brother, as always. Brother Sage, you got it.
Peace to the family once again. Thank you for the invitation coming up here. Even though I was bullied. Shout out to the blue dress. But regardless of that, I want to say this to the family. You know, everything that you learn here, take it and apply it to the real world. And that's how you pay everything forward. Everything, all the knowledge that you receive from all of us from this year, and we will receive knowledge from you too. Take that and apply that in your real life. Speaking of Brother Marcel, he's asking for $5 from all of us. If you can buy some weed, which I know y'all do, if y'all buy some drink, which I know y'all do, you can spend $5 and put it on his books once a month. Now, if he does that, then he can get the backing that he needs financially to take on a Clyburn, one of the most powerful Democrats in the country. And if we're serious about these reparations, again, you lip service is not service. And yes, I got that from Brother Jason Black. Lip service is not service, okay? So that's the type of service that we need to push forward. I want to thank Brother Alpha for the invite. As always, every time I, request, I always get the nod. I want to thank Brother Beats. It's always love with you. I know you just went off. I loved everything that you just said. Breaking, you know, breaking it down earlier. I do want to thank again. I want to thank all the content creators from Lioness, Black Alpha, Afro Elite, Kid Gravity, all of you guys, Beatzilla, all of you guys. It takes a lot to create content on a daily basis, and I know sometimes again it's not record breaking news, but you still push forth with the effort and the energy, and that will again, like I said, live past all of you guys. Okay, so and it's not taken in vain. Everything that you do is it's cherished by your people. So thank you for that. Thank you for devoting your energy to that. 2023 is just starting. So again, we starting the new year off correct. I want to challenge the family with this too. Lastly, if you had any beefs with anyone on Twitter and you truly want to be on code with that person, unblock that person. Try to see if you can have an adult conversation with those people, and and try to see if things can be worked out. If you're truly genuine about starting off new and trying to work with people in your lineage. And if it can't work out, hey, it can't. Hey, we're all adults here, but I do challenge the family with that. And with that, if you want to catch me, I'll be in Black Alpha space. I'll also be checking out Afros right after this. I actually got my computer in front of me, so I will be checking out Afros as soon as he drops it. And then I'll be at Black Alphas at 8 p.m. tonight. Hopefully, I'll see y'all there, family. Much salute. Be one.
Black first as always, Brother Sage. And that's another brother. If y'all want to catch up with Brother Sage, catch him in the chat. Because the brother be in the chat. And just what you see right here, you'll see that same icon in the chat if you're there. So make sure you go and subscribe to my brother right now on YouTube, Black Alpha Network. Yeah, and then you'll see Brother Sage, ladies, all the single ladies. I'm just saying. If you want to know where he at, that's where he gonna be at. Brother Eastsiders, it is on you, fam.
Man, I hate that I catch the tail end of these spaces. Just how my days be running. I be on the move a lot. You know what I'm saying? But I do like to hear this stuff, man. Because it gives us more of a sense of purpose to move and not just talk about it. You know what I'm saying? Like Neely Fuller always talk about, it's good to understand what we need to do, but let's get to the doing. And he's 100% right about that, because if we keep talking and it's all we doing is talk, ain't nothing ever getting done. But I'm gonna make this quick, because we are the acolytes of the new voices of Black media. We are I can't say the descendants, and unlike some people, but we are the acolytes of the Black Alphas. We are the acolytes of the Lioness Crowds, the Beatzillas, the Afro Elites, the Kid Gravity. We are the disciples, of the media, of the new Black media, and we will conduct ourselves as such and understand that the code is the leader, that we must follow that to the letter. I will say this though, listening to Black Alpha is like taking a whole can of Red Bull. That energy, man, you just get hyped up behind that. I'll land there.
Oh Lord. Hey, but you know what? I'm glad you said that, Eastsiders, because that's literally exactly how I was always seeing my brothers. Like I said, he like the Tupac of our things. So you know how people be like, man, I put DMX in to work out. Like y'all can go ahead and just pop my brother's Alpha Cast in, man, and get your workout on. Put them on your headphones and turn them all the way up, and see if that don't get you motivated, man. Because like you said, taking a big ass can of Red Bull. So yeah, that's a great analogy, brother. Yeah, if y'all ever need to get your workout on, man, and just need some like, I wanna feel some. Go ahead, put on my brother's greatest hits over here, and he get you through your workout. Especially if you got about 2 hours, boy. If you want 2 hour burn, put on Black Alpha Network, man, and crank him to the max. With that being said, Sister Miriam, you got it, my sister.
Thank you, brother. I just wanted to again shout out to our beautiful certified FBA family, Friedman family, and shouts out to you and Brother Marcel and Brother Sage. And there's quite a few people in the room, and Brother Kid Gravity. Definitely will be tuning in to you, Brother Afro Elite. And then, of course, I'll make my segue over there to you, Brother Black Alpha. And y'all know I'll pop up in them spaces. I could be working or whatever. I'm always working, but guess what? I'm always going to listen to you all too. So just peace, love, prosperity, and as our motto is, we're coming to get our checks and we're going to do everything that's necessary to do it. And we're going to say it with our chest, and we're going to be constantly checking and making sure people are vetted and certified because this is not a time to play. Yes, we're moving with love and positivity, but we're also moving with being disciplined and stern. So I just wanted to say that. And if anyone truly would like to speak to me, I'm not all that great or tech savvy, as they say. I know enough. Please request to follow me or DM me because my account is, private, but I will respond. And I don't mind having a correspondence or a back and, forth with a sister and brother when we're trying to build. And especially those who are nearer to me that are in Illinois and Missouri, by all means, please shout, contact me. My doors are open for that. It's about building and healing. And that's what I have to say. And I'll yield the floor. Peace and love, family. Be one.
Yes, indeed. Thank you so much, my good sister. And we finally got Queen back, Alpha back on the stage. Let me get you this here real quick before we close on out. So let me give it my closing remarks, and then I'll go ahead and pass it over to my brother. So once again, family, you have been tuned in right here to the Certified Truth. That is myself, Black. That's I'm getting my names confused, brother. That's me, beatzillapdx official, and my brother, Black Alpha Network. And I just have to say salute from myself, my queen, Black Alpha Network, and Queen Alpha. Thank y'all so much for supporting what we have been doing here. And then, of course, our good sister Lioness Crown, who and Afro Elite and Sage that offer that good background support, as well as Eastsiders and Sister Mariam. Afro, like I said, Afro and Kid Gravity and Torian Rain, always, you already know what it is, man. The Vanguard on point all day long. So with that being said, family, y'all make sure to head over to my brother Black Afro Elite, who's actually going live right now on his channel. Make sure after that you go follow my brother Black Alpha Network, and his video will be coming at about an hour. So make sure y'all tune in to this great Black foundational excellence, y'all. So with that being said, stay vigilant, stay Black, stay alive. Black first, Black first, Black first. Y'all have a beautiful night. Happy New Year's, y'all. Black Alpha, take us home, brother.
Appreciate the love as always, family. And I also appreciate everybody in the space. Bazilla, I got to say this. Queen Alpha, I'm sorry. I got to put you on board. I'm sorry. That was an accident that she hit speaker because I said, I know this lady ain't come up here to speak. Now, she'll get on all these Twitter spaces and not say nothing, but she'll go to the rally and hug and talk to everybody. I'll be getting on her about that. I said, you from Brooklyn now. Come on now. You supposed to be talking more than this. So I knew it was an accident. When I seen that little speaker request, I was like, oh, she must have accidentally hit that. Ain't no way. Sorry, honey. I had to. All right. Love everybody. Appreciate everybody. I am about to go over to my brother Afro Elite and go watch his video. So I suggest everybody does it. It is like a big ass block party in these Twitter spaces, but I'm telling y'all on the YouTube channel, in that chat, it is a bigger block party. Everybody be in there, loaded up, chopping it up, and breaking it down. I've seen pretty much everybody in here. So salute to everybody in the space. Salute to Lioness. Salute to Miriam. Miss Giselle, I can't wait till the MLK rollout. I already got my stuff ready. So we're going to put it down real good. I can't wait for the MLK rollout. Shout out to everybody in here. My brother Kid Gravity, Sage, Eastsiders, all across the board. Marcel, Kid Gravity. I think I said you twice, but it's all good. Just Eve, everybody. Appreciate the love. I'm about to drop tonight. I want to see everybody in the chat. We're going to break it down Freeman style. I got a Black Alpha Cast 2 hours. We going all the way in on all the outsiders, but we keeping it all the way on coast. I'll see you there. I'll see you at my brother Afro, and I'll see you the next time around. Certified salute from the Black Alpha Network. Stay good, stay clean, stay healthy, stay vigilant. Black is beautiful, and beautiful is always black. One love.